Chapter 451, Chapter 448 The Red Sun, Within the Fortress. Dr. Wayne, actually, you don't need to take part in this rescue operation. Barry lowered his voice, bent down and walked into the dark sewer. He was going to sneak into the secret military base with Luke tonight to rescue Superman. But Batman, unsurprisingly, found out about what they were doing. According to the other party, it was when the Flash finished saying, "Oh, I have to catch some Zeds after working so hard today." Batman could easily tell that this was a lie through his artificial tone, guilty expression and the way he was avoiding eyes. Then, he silently sat in the hall, waiting for Barry, who had changed into his battle clothes, and Luke to come out and catch them in the act. The scene at that time was quite embarrassing. Luke was very calm. He didn't want to deceive Batman or avoid his sight. As long as they could reverse the Flashpoint world and successfully rewrite history, Thomas Wayne wouldn't have much problem with anything else. But Barry was still too young and thin-skinned. After he was caught, he couldn't wait to hide from the embarrassment. His thinking was probably like a high school student who was going to sneak out for a party in the middle of the night but got caught by his parents. Mainly highlighting an embarrassment. "Do you think that taking me with you would drag you down or hinder you?" Thomas Wayne grunted coldly and asked a deadly question. "Not at all." "Well, I mean, if Cyborg finds out, it may affect your friendship." Barry stammered and explained. No matter which Batman he faced, he would always be at a disadvantage. In fact, except for Superman, no one in the Justice League liked to face Gotham's Dark Knight alone. Because of his hoarse voice and serious tone, it was hard not to think of him as someone interrogating a prisoner. "You think too much. My friendship with Cyborg is probably similar to that of Penguin and me," Thomas Wayne said. Barry's mouth twitched. He feared that if Cyborg heard this, he might storm off angrily. Sure enough, at any time and space, Cyborg was just someone useful. "Turn from here to the second fork in the road. There is a secret entrance." Thomas Wayne's face looked expressionless, as he was with most people. After all, you can't expect a middle-aged man who lost his son and had a lunatic as a wife to be enthusiastic and sunny about people. "How do you know?" As usual, Barry acted as a shocked passerby. "In the name of searching for Metropolis's supercriminals, I asked Cyborg to retrieve the structure diagram of the sewers and then downloaded the blueprints of Project Superman's base, while he wasn't paying attention." Thomas Wayne, in a bland tone, described his astonishing actions. In fact, it wasn't easy to bypass Cyborg's computer brain and complete the above actions. "By the way, Cyborg has been away to Australia for diplomatic peace talks with the Themyscira and Atlantis," he added. Barry's expression was even more shocking. Cyborg had been sent away in advance. Didn't that mean Batman had already predicted their rescue plan? It's really too mysterious. The Flash thought silently. However, because of this, the Justice League trusted Batman, who always gave people a sense of security that everything is within his plan. This is a multi-story facility located underground with signs of renovation. Luke walked behind. His supervision could see the secret base. Only when he scanned some important places his view was blocked by lead walls. The group of three walked along the secret entrance to a firm and thick alloy door. "I think, Dr. Wayne, you must have gotten the password, right?" Luke looked at Batman. This was an alloy door with sophisticated iris recognition and encrypted numbers. If he was alone, his heat vision could meld it. then directly break into the secret base and push it all the way through. But now, with the Flash and Batman being here, he was too lazy to do it himself. Indeed. I not only got the password from Cyborg but also borrowed the iris identification. They saw Thomas Wayne place something similar to a contact lens in his eye. He then entered the password and the iris scan. Click. The door opened. The secret base, located under Metropolis, appeared in front of them. At this late hour, only minimum personnel should be working. If Barry can tear down the security cameras in the corridor and knock the guards out, we can get in without getting noticed. Luke did his homework in advance. It was 3:30 in the early hours of the morning. In this base, in addition to the late workers that continued to work overtime, those high-level people had already left. No problem, I'll take care of it. Barry patted his chest, then turned into a red streak and disappeared. When he came back again, all the cameras in the corridor outside were disassembled into parts, and the guards were bound and thrown into a corner. Done. In Batman's awareness, only a moment had passed. The Flash smiled at him as if he had never moved. If all your superheroes in that time and space have such strange and powerful abilities, how did Bruce join in? Thomas Wayne expressed his doubts. Did it mean that his son wasn't a normal human being? Well, it's very complicated. Barry didn't know how to answer for a while. Because Batman was indeed the only normal human being in the Justice League. Superman was the son of Krypton, Wonder Woman was a demigod, the Flash had Speed Force, the Green Lantern had the emotional spectrum, and Aquaman was a mixed-race Atlantean. Only Batman relied on brains and technology. Your son has the ability to make money, Dr. Wayne, thanks to the family estate you left behind. Luke replied with a smile. Batman told everyone with his own actions that if there was an enemy that Kryptonite couldn't solve, then they just needed more Kryptonite. Bruce Wayne was much more effective in executing his plan than Iron Man's anti-useless factors plan. By relying on Kryptonite and Hellbat armor, he was able to fight against terrible enemies like Superman and Darkseid. That's really delightful. Thomas Wayne smiled happily when he thought that Bruce was a superhero fighting criminals by throwing Wayne family's money at problems. That's how rich people do it. The group of three crossed the corridor and went deep into the secret base. When they met any guards along the way, the Flash could solve it quickly. Although Barry couldn't kill or fight, he had a knack for tying people up. This is subject to. Batman walked into a huge room with the contents of the Kryptonian ship inside. One of them looked like the skeleton of a dog-like creature, marked with the words subject to. In addition, there were some grotesque biological skeletons soaked in formalin, which were presumably defective products made from Superman's blood. Probably Superman's pet dog. Luke's eyes flashed. Superman had a dog named Krypto. Although no one knew why Krypton had dogs, it fell to the earth with Clark Kent. The ridiculous thing was, because of the radiation of the yellow sun, this Kryptonian dog had acquired abilities similar to those of Superman. Flight, strength, speed and heat vision all available. If you use it as a standard of combat power, then without any equipment, Batman probably couldn't even beat a dog. Further on, Luke saw the Kryptonian spaceship that carried Superman to Earth. The metal casing was disassembled, and various huge parts were suspended on a steel frame. Most of the cutting-edge technology in this secret base must have come from the military's interpretation of Kryptonian technology. This is the meteorite. Thomas Wayne glanced at it. He was deeply impressed by the spaceship. At that time, it landed in Metropolis, killing over 30,000 people and instantly making headlines. The official explanation was first a falling meteor but later changed to an explosion by a terrorist group. Yes, it should have landed on a farm in Kansas or a collective farm in the Soviet Union. Luke hinted at the Red Sun, but the others didn't get it. They were focused on the Kryptonian ship. After a while, they moved on and finally arrived at the entrance of the giant bunker-like cell. On a rough estimate, the door alone was hundreds of centimeters thick. Even with artillery bombardment, it was difficult to breach. Batman entered the password again and opened the heavy metal gates. This is what you call the most powerful creature on the planet. The interior of the bunker was empty, with red radiation everywhere, as if simulating some kind of ecological environment. In the innermost corner, there was a thin figure curled up like a dry tree branch. How did this happen? Seeing that, Barry's voice trembled a little. He didn't think that Clark's situation would be this miserable. Look at his skin, so pale. He probably had never seen the sun before. Luke walked over, held out his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. Everything will be okay, Kal-El." The other man's eyes were filled with fear, like a young animal in a cage. He didn't have a name, only subject 1, a nominative. "We are your friends, and we came to save you." Luke pulled Superman up from the corner, and the guy had a hard time even standing up. The needle holes on his arms were dense, so he was probably used by the military as a guinea pig, drawing blood every day. Living in the simulated red solar radiation environment, he was no different from ordinary people. Friends. Skinny Superman hesitated to say this word. Growing up, he only faced doctors, scientists and generals. Friend was a very strange word. Yes, he is your friend. He is your friend's father, and I. Luke smiled and showed an honest and trustworthy smile. "I'm your long-lost cousin." Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 452, Chapter 449 Illegal Detention, Interstellar War. Cousin. Skinny Superman's brain went down. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of this word. He was brought into this secret base by the military when he was a baby. He never received proper education and study, nor did he form basic thinking abilities. Every day, there was nothing but tests, training and blood drawing. Relatives, friends. These concepts were too strange for him. "It's warm." The skinny Superman grasped Luke's outstretched palm and felt the surging stellar energy from it. He had never seen the sun, so his eyes looked surprised. In this man, who claimed to be his big cousin, Kal-El saw a golden light radiating from him. He didn't know what it was but felt as if he had returned to his mother's arms, full of comfort. The original fear and anxiety that was mixed with the moment, like a cloud, dissipated. "Company coup, cousin." Skinny Superman called out stiffly, following Luke's words. That thin, pale, bloodless face also forced a smile. It was like some kind of affectionate, welcoming response. "Poor little cousin, look at what these human beings have done to you." Luke had intended to put on a full show, preparing for a touching scene of brotherly recognition. But considering that the Flashpoint world would be restored sooner or later, Superman in the main universe may not remember it. So regrettably, the idea was abandoned. He pulled Skinny Superman up and handed him to Barry on the side. The Flash size contained some guilt. After all, this distorted and collapsed Flashpoint world was created by him and the Reverse Flash. Superman was in such a situation, it was inseparable from his actions. Don't think too much, as long as you can make up for this mistake, it won't mean anything. Luke patted Barry on the shoulder and comforted him. By injecting insignificant amounts of stellar energy, he made skinny Superman look much better. At least the other party could stand firm, even if he didn't have the strength to walk. Let's get out now. Luke frowned slightly. He didn't like the simulated environment inside the bunker. Although the radiation of the red sun wouldn't instantly make him weak and lose all his abilities, it was still a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the most powerful man on the planet, as you call him, was a guy who looked like he could be blown over by a gust of wind. Thomas Wayne looked at the skinny Superman. His expression was obviously disappointing. This guy was as thin as a dried sausage. He didn't even have any muscles. He even felt that if he punched the guy, it would kill him. The alarm went off. The military noticed us. Barry helped Superman. When they walked out of the base, he heard a shrill alarm. After that, the sound of sharp and neat footsteps were approaching. The internal gates of the base were slowly closed, forming a completely sealed cage. The Flash and Batman's faces slightly changed. While skinny Superman had difficulty moving, they would have a hard time breaking out. It's okay, I'm here. Luke went ahead and opened the bioforce field. A group of soldiers rushed in. After receiving the command that they could shoot the intruders, they didn't hesitate and opened fire. The metal bullets bombarded the invisible barrier bioforce field like a storm. However, the kinetic energy couldn't even make Luke take a step back. Hide behind me. Don't move too far away from me. Luke said lightly and then moved his feet. The bioforce field was like an invisible iron wall, blocking the fierce fire. The American soldiers, who tried to rush in, were directly bounced off and pushed away. In this way, Luke, with all the people behind him, moved through the corridors unhindered. It might be more believable to say that this is the most powerful man on the planet. Thomas Wayne looked at Luke's tall and straight back and thought silently. This man, who claimed to be from Krypton, came to Earth to look for his younger cousin. He looked no different from human beings, but in fact, he wasn't the same species at all. The American soldiers in the base even brought up bazookas and grenades but still couldn't break the invisible barrier. On the battlefield, this existence was simply a one-man army. What would I do if he became an enemy? Batman habitually thought about it and formulated a plan. Soon, Kal-El. You'll see the sun soon. Luke didn't pay attention to those weapons and walked through the corridor, to the sewers of Metropolis. By following the original route back, they could leave the sewers. So that Superman, who had never felt the sunlight in his long life, could see the daylight again. The sun. Kal-El's eyes were in a bit of a trance. He had only read about it in books about learning to identify words. Intruder, stop what you're doing so we can talk. As Luke led the crowd, approaching the end of the corridor, an old man with white hair and a tall figure stood in the way. Judging from his clothes and epaulets, he should be a general. I'm General Samuel Lane. Batman, and the Flash and this anonymous gentleman. You are trespassing on military property and attempting to take military's property. General Lane, like other bureaucrats in the Pentagon, started with big accusations. This is a felony. You are making an enemy of the entire nation. Luke stopped. He glanced at the other party and the soldiers behind him. Through the walls and pipes, his supervision saw dozens of destroyers assembling at Metropolis's harbor. So, it seemed that General Lane didn't have the sincerity for negotiation, he just wanted to stall for time. Oh. What about the inhumane experiments conducted by the US military on living beings? Luke laughed. He himself was a lieutenant general of the Pentagon. He knew too well of the virtues of these bureaucrats. They would first try to seize the high ground by slapping treason and trespassing charges on them. Then psychological pressure to take advantage of the big momentum. This was an already outdated method. This has nothing to do with us, it's all the work of that temporary department. General Lane denied it, leaving the blame to those all-powerful temporary employees. General Lane, I might as well directly tell you. The man the military considers to be Subject 1, his name is Kal-El, from Krypton, the son of our planet's greatest scientist, Jor-El. Luke's eyes flickered. His mouth turned up, and he began to talk nonsense. Because of an accident, he was forced to take a spaceship and fell to the Earth while he was still in his infancy. You found Kal-El, illegally detained him, and conducted immoral and cruel experiments on him for 30 years. General Lane's eyelids jumped, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a short pause, Luke continued with an angry tone, sharply accusing, Mr. Jor-El has lived a great life, he has served Krypton, he has shed his blood for Krypton, but his son has been abused and imprisoned by Earthlings, which no Kryptonian can tolerate. Congratulations, General Lane, for bringing an interstellar war to Earth. I have sent a signal. As we are speaking, Kryptonian warships are moving at the speed of light. It won't be long before destructive artillery fires cover every corner of the Earth, burning everything that human civilization has created to ashes. Luke's righteous and stern rebuke was like a cannonball falling on the crowd, causing an uproar and discussion. The leader, General Lane, was barely able to keep his composure and keep his inner panic in check. He was the commander of Project Superman and naturally knew how terrifying Kryptonians were. Not to mention their individual strength. The spaceship alone showed the degree of technological advancement that could throw the Earth into chaos. If there really were a war, it would be unimaginable. This may be a misunderstanding. With this in mind, General Lane's attitude softened. He couldn't afford to start an interstellar war on his own initiative. If what the other party said was all true, then he and the Pentagon would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history if the Earth still existed at that time. Misunderstanding. Is it also a misunderstanding that your destroyer is already parked outside and ready to fire? Luke snapped and asked. I'll immediately tell them to retreat. General Lane touched the sweat seeping from his forehead. He had been pulled into it and lost the ability to think. So, what are you still doing standing in the way? Aren't you going to let me go? Luke held his head high and asked again. Or are you trying to kill someone? General Lane shook his head repeatedly and ordered the soldiers behind him to make way. Batman and the Flash are both good people with noble character and kindness, and also friends of Krypton. Taking the crowd through the military ranks, Luke looked at General Lane and lightly said, the Kryptonian warships will arrive on Earth in a week's time. It will be up to you to decide whether to welcome peace or to start a war. Although General Lane still had doubts in his heart, he was too afraid to show them. Since aliens existed, it wasn't surprising that there were alien civilizations. Besides, the Kryptonian people weren't the only visitors who had visited Earth. A long time ago, the military discovered another alien. His name was Abin Sur, and he claimed to be a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get access to second fanfic, 40 new chapters, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 453, Chapter 450 The Green Lantern Corps, Sinistro. You could have killed them all. After walking out of the secret base in Metropolis, a group arrived at the grounds at the entrance of the sewer. Batman looked at Luke, who was sunbathing with skinny Superman. With his observation power, as well as his own knowledge of psychology, it was easy to judge that the Kryptonian warships and interstellar war were all lies. Perhaps General Lane didn't fully believe it either, but was just under pressure from Luke and looking for a way out. Politicians, bureaucrats, what were they like? Thomas Wayne, once Gotham's biggest capitalist, knew all too well. Yes, I just need to blow a breath gently, and those who stand before me would turn into icicles. The corners of Luke's mouth rose as he replied faintly. Or, the slightest thought, explode their skulls with the pressure from the atmosphere. Barry, who was supporting the skinny superhero, heard Luke's cruel words. His expression turned a bit unnatural. Compared with Clark, who was easy to talk to, this Kryptonian cousin's temper seemed to be much more violent. But who made me a peace-loving good man? Luke grinned with sincere eyes. He didn't have to create a tyrannical image for the Flash by staging a senseless killing. Everything in the Flashpoint world would be corrected afterwards. When they returned to the main universe, the others wouldn't remember this disaster. But Barry was different. He was the initiator of the Flashpoint world and the final savior. He would remember everything that happened. As the conscience of the Justice League, expecting the Flash to acknowledge a man who killed indiscriminately was basically a useless fantasy. Therefore, Luke kept the utmost restraint and tried to act like a positive person. The Kryptonian cousin persona he set up should be maintained. This was much more aboveboard than the immigrant identity. Good man. Batman stopped talking. He could tell that this wasn't what the other person was actually thinking. If it were normal times, Thomas Wayne would see this Kryptonian as the most dangerous bomb in the world. Because the other party was extremely powerful, and what they could do was worthy of vigilance. But now, things were different. The collapsed and distorted Flashpoint world needed to be corrected. Whatever kind of person Luke was, it had nothing to do with him. Leave these problems for Bruce to solve. The bad daddy thought so. Cousin, of course, he is a good man. Luke's confession was affirmed by Barry and skinny Superman. Especially the latter. In his view, this older cousin, who had been separated for many years and reunited now, was his savior. The sun is really wonderful. The feeling of weakness in the skinny Superman's body slowly went away. The radiation, like water droplets, penetrate from the surface, slowly absorbed by every cell in his body. The pale white skin, at speed visible to the naked eye, was gradually flushed with color. There is probably my level of strength when I first became a Superman. Luke scanned Kal-El's thin body with his supervision. This guy absorbed the sunlight, and all the cells in his body responded at a rate far beyond his own at the time. As the only person of natural origin before the destruction of Krypton, Kal-El's own potential could hardly be estimated. Even if he was locked inside the base, living under the light of the red sun, he still demonstrated great adaptability and learning speed. Unfortunately, there are still some shortcomings. Luke found that after merging several Superman cards, the red sun rays, kryptonite, magic and other attacks had little influence on him. Just now, he was directly exposed to the simulated radiation environment of the red sun, and he didn't feel any discomfort. At most, he just felt some psychological discomfort. How could an older cousin lose to a younger cousin? Luke smiled with satisfaction. The bioforce field enveloped everyone, and they slowly rose up into the sky. On the destroyer, not far away, General Lane witnessed the scene. There was a strange look in his eyes. "What's the status of Subject 3? He dialed the satellite encrypted phone and asked with a heavy expression. "There's a grown Kryptonian on this planet. I need Subject 3. Looking at those figures disappearing behind the clouds, General Lane showed great concern. "Why didn't you take Clark back to Gotham and send him to Central City instead?" Half an hour later, Luke and others appeared in the Flash's apartment. Barry changed out of his red uniform and used Speed Force to move around the kitchen, preparing a light lunch with plenty of food. Speedsters needed to replenish a lot of nutritional energy after each run. From the Wayne mansion in Gotham to Metropolis and then back to Central City, it was a long ride, and he was already hungry. At this time, Barry thought he could eat an elephant. How could he get some sunlight with the weather in Gotham? Luke leaned against the sofa and asked. The skinny Superman was already settled in the guest bedroom of the apartment. The poor little cousin was already sleeping in the sun with a happy and satisfied face. That makes sense. Barry was speechless, chewing on an energy bar to satisfy his hunger. Gotham seemed to be covered by rain all year round, and sunny days were rare. By the way, Barry, do you know anything about Hal Jordan? Luke turned the TV on and chatted while watching the news. Hal. He's now a test pilot of Ferris Airlines. He didn't marry Carol and didn't get the Green Lantern ring. Barry quickly made a dozen sandwiches and swept them up. The life of a good friend had also changed. Hal was still an adventurous, daring pilot, not the Green Lantern of the Cosmic Police Force. Abin Sur didn't arrive on Earth. Luke was a little surprised and asked in a soft voice. I searched the relevant news and found some unexpected clues. Barry's information on his friend Hal Jordan was quite heartfelt. I heard Hal talk about how he became the Green Lantern. Abin Sur is the greatest Green Lantern in the Corps. But he had an accident when he was on duty, and the spaceship crashed into the seaside. When he was seriously injured and dying, Abin Sur chose to give the ring to Hal. Or, rather, the green light representing willpower, found Hal on its own accord. That was how he became the Green Lantern. Barry mumbled something, then turned around and frowned, but in the Flashpoint world, Abin Sur didn't die. He was saved by Cyborg and cooperated with the government to act as a diplomatic ambassador. I saw a picture of him with the president in a newspaper. Luke's eyes flashed. No wonder he thought that General Lane was a little too calm regarding the existence of aliens and alien civilizations. So, it was Abin Sur. What about now? The Kryptonian cousin narrowed his eyes. He was very interested in the emotional spectrum. If we wait until the chapter of the Lantern Corps opens, which lantern will I be selected by? Rage. Will. Avarice. Fear. I don't know. Abin Sur disappeared a long time ago. Some people say that he has already left the Earth. Barry shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he really didn't know. Luke didn't ask any more questions. He just thought of Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps on a whim. In a hotel somewhere in Europe. Reverse Flash held his arms across his chest and looked over the city. What a nostalgic world. He commented. The fate of superheroes had been changed, and the supercriminals were now celebrities. The most interesting thing was that there was no Flash in this time and space, only Barry Allen. It's so delightful. In Reverse Flash's view, this was something to celebrate. His feelings for the Flash were complicated, a mixture of admiration, jealousy and loathing that turned into a twisted rivalry. Superhero saving his mother, Reverse Flash knew exactly how all this happened. His mother's murder was a hole that Barry could never fill. And so, the Flash, who was deeply trapped in the past, was unable to extricate himself. One day, he broke through the time barrier and opened up a wormhole to the past and the future. It's like a calm lake. If he dropped a stone there, it would ripple out from the center. It would start with Barry's family and friends, and expand to the Justice League, then the whole world. Everything was changing. Reverse Flash could even see that the resulting residual effects were still radiating outward. The multiverse is in danger, but it's none of my business. He laughed. As a speedster, the Reverse Flash was based in the future, upstream from the long river of time and space. The great crisis of the multiverse had little impact on him. I can't wait to see Barry's face when he realizes he's ruined the world. Reverse Flash thought so with malice. Eobard Thorne. Suddenly, a voice broke the Reverse Flash's unrestrained imagination. Almost immediately, he entered the Speed Force state. The person who came into view was a strange guy wearing a green uniform with dark red skin. Who are you? The Reverse Flash's heart was filled with murderous intent. Before the world was destroyed, he wanted to hide well and keep himself hidden from those so-called heroes. My name is Thal Sinistro. I'm a soldier in the Green Lantern Corps. The strange guy who suddenly appeared in the hotel room gave his name. I'm here for the Flash. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 454, Chapter 451 The Spirit of Existence, The Light of Will. Thal Sinistro. He was a good Green Lantern fighter, at least at this time. This man, with the volcanic rock-like crimson skin, came from the planet Koruga in Sector 1417 of the universe and was once friends with Abin Sur, who had fallen to Earth. If there were no Flashpoint event, Hal Jordan, the pilot, would get Abin Sur's Green Lantern ring and join the Green Lantern Corps. At the same time, Sinistro would be his mentor. As we all know, superheroes would always need a nemesis or two. The complicated relationship between Sinistro and Hal Jordan was like Batman and the Joker, Superman and Lex Luthor. They were always intertwined, keeping a delicate balance. Both of them were former teacher and student, teammates who fought side by side, and even enemies facing each other. He had skepticism about the Guardians of the Universe and the pursuit of absolute power. Sinistro, unsurprisingly, betrayed the Lantern Corps and went to the opposite camp. After that, he was expelled and exiled to the antimatter universe. He then got the Yellow Lantern ring, which represented the power of fear, and built his own army. Of course, the above things hadn't happened yet. Even Sinistro himself would never have thought that one day he would become the greatest enemy of the Green Lantern Corps. At this time, he was still a Green Lantern soldier who wanted to protect the universe and redeem his regrets. I'm here for the Flash. The power of will glowed and enveloped the hotel room. Sinestro made his intentions clear. Inspired by a prophecy, he needed the power of the Flash to help him achieve his goal. The Flash. Such an opening line aroused the interest of the Reverse Flash. While he continued to maintain his speed force, to conveniently get rid of this alien with a high-speed vibrating slash at any time, pretending to be hesitant, he curiously asked, "You mean Barry Allen, the culprit that caused all this?" Sinestro said affirmatively. "I was alerted to the flashpoint by the Guardians of the Universe. There's a man from Earth who has changed history and influenced the future, not only this world but the whole universe. For me, this is both a disaster and an opportunity." The Reverse Flash's eyelid jumped. This alien seems to know a lot. He thought that he was the only one who saw through the essence of the world and knew the answer. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. "Eobard Thorne, you are a man of the future 25th century and the enemy of the Flash." Sinestro obviously came prepared and had already known the cause and effect of the Flashpoint incident. "I think you can help in dealing with the Flash." Reverse Flash was even more surprised and turned to reveal a smile. "Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Even the Lantern Corps is involved. Against the Flash. What exactly does this alien want to do? First of all, why should I help you, Mr. Sinestro?" The Reverse Flash asked with a smile, holding his arms around his chest. He wasn't a selfless superhero. How could he do good deeds without any interest? "The reason why you came to Flashpoint Time and Space, isn't it just to get rid of the Flash, an old enemy?" Sinestro was full of self-confidence. He walked up to Reverse Flash, seemingly unafraid that his opponent would strike unexpectedly. "I can help you, Mr. Thorne." Reverse Flash threw out a contemptuous look, not even bothering to say more. "I need someone else's help to deal with the Flash. Everything is under my control. Barry Allen, who has lost speed force, can't even defend himself in front of me. The reason why I didn't do it was because I wanted to enjoy the remorseful expression on his face when he learns the truth. You should update your news, Mr. Thorne." Sinestro seemed to guess Reverse Flash's reaction as he held out the Green Lantern ring on his right hand. The power of will transformed into rays of light, outlining a tall figure. "This man, I don't know his identity for the time being. I can only say that he is a survivor of Krypton, just like Superman of the Justice League. In addition, Thomas Wayne, Batman from this Flashpoint world, and Kal-El, who was imprisoned by the military, they are all gathered around the Flash. Tell me, Mr. Thorne, what are you going to do against Batman and two Supermans?" The green light was like a holographic projection that projected the teammates found by the Flash in front of the Reverse Flash. The Reverse Flash, who was full of confidence just now, suddenly became silent. "What's going on? Why are there two Supermans? This shouldn't be. How about it? Want to cooperate now?" Sinestro asked again. "What's your purpose, Mr. Sinestro? Why are you doing this to Barry Allen? Isn't the Green Lantern Corps supposed to be on the side of justice?" Reverse Flash was puzzled. Although he had never dealt with the Green Lantern Corps, he had heard the names of the Green Lantern Corps and the Guardian of the Universe. In any case, these people should be in the same camp with the superheroes. For a better world and a better future. Sinestro smiled. For a better world and a better future. Abin sir, join me. A long time ago, Sinestro faced his former best friend and said these words. Atrocitus, the guy who could predict with blood, told a story. This timeline shouldn't have existed. It was rewritten and distorted by a guy named Flash. If everything is true, then I can make the Flash change the world the way we want it to be, and I can fix it all. Sinestro told Abin Sur his whole plan. From Atrokitus's mouth, he learned about the occurrence of the flashpoint and the existence of the Flash. So, what are you going to do? Abin Sur's expression seemed cold. He was a green light soldier who placed high regard on life. He didn't listen to Sinestro's crazy thoughts at all. Catch the Flash, get his power, then reshape the world and the universe. Sinestro said with excitement. And the price? You wouldn't have come to me for no reason, and you wouldn't have been so frank as to speak of such disgustingly vile ideas. Abin Sur asked. This is where I have to say sorry. Atrokitus told me that, as long as you live, I will fail. Sinestro's eyelids were lowered. He didn't appear to want to meet his friend's eyes and take the glare. I don't want to do this, but as long as the Flash's power is mine, then it's as if it never happened, and I'll bring you back again and bring Arin Sur back too. Arin Sur was his wife and Abin Sur's sister. They weren't only friends, but also relatives. Shut up. She'll be ashamed of you, Sinestro. Abin Sur didn't want to listen anymore. The Green Lantern ring erupted with intense light, shaping a heavy war hammer. I can't let you satisfy your own selfish desires and crazy ideas at the expense of hurting innocent people. Sinestro seemed to expect it. He sighed, shook his head and said, "That's a pity." Then, the Green Lantern ring he was wearing also erupted with the power of will and turned into two twin swords. The two men skillfully manipulated the lantern rings and created various combat weapons. However, Abin Sur, the greatest Green Lantern, was no match for Sinestro. After dozens of rounds of fierce struggle, his right hand was cut off, and the lantern ring he wore lost its light. You have defied the will of the Guardians of the Universe, who sent you to Earth in search of the spirit of the White Lantern entity, but you wanted to save Earth and make it a better place. Sinestro kicked Abin Sur in the chest, knocking him to the ground, and then spoke in a victorious tone. The Guardians of the Universe severed the connection between your lantern ring and the central power battery, and that's why you lost to me, isn't it? I will let you see for yourself how I reshape the order of the universe and rewrite the end of this collapse. The defeated Abin Sur smiled coldly and used the last bit of strength in his body to evoke the dull light of the lantern ring. Emerald green light, like water waves, prevented Sinestro from taking the ring. The Green Lantern ring, representing Sector 2814's Guardians, suddenly flew out and quickly flew high into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. I won't let you succeed, Sinestro. The ring will find a suitable heir. He will stop your delusions. Abin Sur did all this and fell to the ground as if he was drained. What greeted him was a deadly shot of an energy ray. Boom! A flash of green light, like a bullet through the glass of the apartment, landed in front of Luke. I was actually chosen by the power of will from the emotional spectrum. He sat on the couch with a skeptical look on his face. Choosing the Flash, Batman, or Kal-El, who was sleeping in the guest room, seemed to be a more believable choice than choosing him. Did something go wrong? Luke looked at the ring with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 455, Chapter 452. The task of saving the world is in your hands. In this universe, there was conceptual energy called the emotional spectrum. It was divided into visible spectrum and invisible spectrum and was formed by the emotions of all living beings in the multiverse, which were stirred up and brought into being. According to current reports, the first to discover this conceptual energy were the ancient Maltesians. Then, they studied it. It was found that the farther away from the emotional spectrum, the greater its influence on users. It could be understood that the more extreme the emotion, the more it would erode the host. Moreover, the Maltesians also found that in the vast and mysterious emotional spectrum, each color had an energy entity related to it, that was, the existence of the lantern entity. Knowing a lot about the mysteries of the emotional spectrum, the Maltesians thought that they were the oldest and most intelligent life, and they called themselves the guardians of the universe. In order to carry out their power and duty, this group of guardians of the universe chose the most suitable green light of will to create a huge core of lanterns to maintain order. They called their planet Oa, the center of the universe. With it as the center of the circle, a total of 3,600 sectors had been designated. The Earth, which lies within Sector 2814, was the jurisdiction of Abin Sur. This ring, it didn't resist me. Luke recalled the information in his brain and fixed his eyes on the green ring that broke through the glass window and landed on the desk. Although it was said that the power of will didn't distinguish good from evil, and it only values pure courage. No matter what you think about it, he wasn't suitable to act as a cosmic police officer. Is it Abin Sur's ring? Thinking of what Barry said before, Abin Sur was the first alien who came to Earth and made a public appearance. Luke had doubts in his heart. If something happened to the other party after disappearing for so long, this Green Lantern ring should also be recalled to OA to find the next owner. Or, like the original trajectory, pick Hal Jordan and make him a great Green Lantern. Does it mean that my inner benevolence and righteousness have finally been discovered? Luke laughed at himself. He reached over and touched the lantern ring. A bright green light, like water waves, instantly covered his body, forming an energy force field. Then, Luke felt as if his spirit had made an invisible connection with the lantern ring. The power of emotion, representing the will, transformed into substance and condensed into shape. Almost subconsciously, a loud voice rang out in his head, causing him to chant along unconsciously. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might, beware of my power. Green lanterns. Oh, out of power. Before the Green Lantern oath was finished, the brightly glowing light ring dimmed like a computer that had been unplugged. Luke was slightly stunned. Initially, he wanted to have a superhero moment. Kryptonian cousin and Green Lantern fully qualified him to become the 8th member of the Justice League. Who knew that the lantern ring was so lame? The energy had run out. Well, according to the time Abin Sur disappeared, this ring can still last until now. That duration is already ridiculous enough. He shook his head. The lantern ring was usually equipped with a power battery, which should be a complete set. It was like the relationship between a mobile phone and a power bank. At the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps, there was also a central power battery on the planet OA, which was connected to all the rings of the Corps. Similar to the existence of data lines. When going out on a mission, a Green Lantern needs to carry a power battery and charge it in time to ensure combat capability. Back on the planet OA, the central power battery was the greatest guarantee. So, where did Abin Sur place the power battery? After wearing the ring for a short while, Luke understood why the ring looked for him. Before something happened to Abin Sur, an instruction was stored in the lantern ring, and the conditions for the successor were preset. It was, find the most powerful person with the power of will on this planet. The lantern had the function of scanning all life on the planet. According to this command, it found Luke. As for why the skinny Superman wasn't selected, it was probably because he was held in a secret military base. As Subject 1, Kal-El had no will and only fear. Strong. Luke was even more puzzled. Why did Abin Sur add this requirement? According to the criteria for selecting members of the Green Lantern Corps, the only requirement was to have willpower and overcome fear. They wouldn't measure strength. Maybe he foresaw a flashpoint or a bigger crisis. Luke took off the lantern ring. His eyes slightly flickered, and he dialed Barry's phone number. The cosmic treadmill was about to be built. The Flash was seizing this limited time, trying to spend time with his mother, who was murdered in the main universe. "Hey, Barry, do me a favor." Luke Adept called the Flash and spoke with a smile. "Please take the time to go to the toilet and visit Metropolis. I need to find the Green Lantern power battery." After explaining the details, he hung up the phone. The most likely place for the Green Lantern power battery to be hidden in was probably Cyborg's lab. After Abin Sur crash-landed on Earth, he saved the other party. The spaceship, and everything inside, should be in Cyborg's hands. Knock, knock. Moments later, even before the advertisement on TV had passed, there was a knock at the door. "Sir, the package you ordered arrived." Barry rested his elbow on the door frame with a relaxed look. "What do you need Hal's power battery for?" Luke smiled and gently said, "While you were having dinner with your mother, Abin Sur's ring found me." When the Flash heard this, a series of question marks immediately popped upon his head. What happened? Although Hal Jordan wasn't the only Green Lantern on Earth, and later there was Guy Gardner, John Stewart, Kyle Rayner and others. But no matter how he thought about it, Abin Sur couldn't have skipped the Green Lantern of the main universe, Hal Jordan, and picked Luke instead. Superman and Green Lantern, what combination is this? That's the truth. I was almost finished reading the Green Lantern Oath just now. But the lantern ring ran out of energy, so I asked you to find the power battery and bring it to me. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't interested in becoming the Green Lantern. What if it triggered the negative buff of Team Annihilation? As everyone knew, the Green Lantern mostly did everything solo, and he was undefeated. Once a team was formed, if it were more than 5 people, the group would definitely be destroyed. This was like Marvel's Nova of the Nova Corps, a man who could always beat all kinds of powerful enemies. However, as long as they formed a group, their combat capabilities were weakened by 2/3. What Luke was really interested in was the emotional spectrum. This was one of the most powerful conceptual energies in the multiverse, in addition to the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet, plus the later appearances of white and black. Beyond the source wall, there was the invisible spectrum. It can be seen that the existence of the emotional spectrum was extremely ancient. The room for moving up was also exceptionally high. It was the common energy of the multiverse and the ladder that promoted someone to a higher level. No one would refuse to become stronger, and Luke was no exception. Therefore, he was willing to take some time to study the lantern ring and the emotional spectrum carefully. It's unbelievable. You're replacing Hal as the Green Lantern. Barry scratched his head. He didn't think Luke wasn't qualified. He just felt that it was a little out of place. After all, the Kryptonian cousin could hammer down most people on this planet with just his fist. For him, the lantern ring was more like a dispensable ornament. "Abin Sir left me a message. Let's see it first." Luke could probably understand Barry's thought, and in fact, he thought so, too. The lantern ring wouldn't improve him that much. Besides, he didn't like green either. Putting the green lantern ring back on, Luke reached out and pressed it against the silent power battery. The long dusty, quaint power battery suddenly burst with bright light. The remaining energy poured into the lantern ring, activating the message left by Abin Sir. "I don't know who you are, and I don't know your name, but I believe in the choice of the lantern ring. You should be the most courageous and powerful creature on this planet. The next thing I want to say is very important. There's a Green Lantern soldier named Thal Sinistro who came to Earth. His purpose is to seize the power of the Flash, an Earthling named Barry Allen. Sinistro's ambition is to rewrite time, to create a better world according to his vision. No matter who you are or what your name is, I implore you. Wear this ring and step forward to stop his madness. The task of saving the world and defending Earth is in your hands." Luke looked speechless. He looked at Barry, who was also stunned. "Sinistro." The Flash looked surprised. "Hal's old enemy, why would he be looking for me?" Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 456, Chapter 453 The Choice of Marriage, Assassins. Barry, have you done anything bad recently and got caught by the Green Lantern Corps? Luke deliberately wore a serious expression and looked at the Flash, who was stunned. The other party and the Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, were good friends. People like Abin Sur and Sinistro were naturally no strangers to him. Recently, apart from being busy making the cosmic treadmill, I've only been spending time with my mother. Barry looked innocent. He was just sitting quietly at home, but a huge accusation suddenly fell from the sky. Obviously, he wasn't doing anything, but he was suddenly targeted by the Green Lantern Corps. Sinistro couldn't be targeting me in order to get Hal back, right? Even so, he should go to Carol. It's not like I'm the one married to Hal and sleeping in the same bed. Judging from the information provided by Abin Sur, Sinistro is probably aiming for your speed force. Luke stopped scaring Barry and chuckled. It seemed that Sinistro was probably aware of the rapid expansion of the Flashpoint aftermath and the fact that this timeline must have been rewritten. It looked like the Flash still hadn't found out what a far-reaching thing he had done yet. Breaking through the time barrier led to the appearance of Flashpoint, which directly restarted the multiverse. It led to the New 52 and Parallel Earth 52s. The origin of superheroes, and other details, had all been rewritten. And in this process, the originally closed multiverse had produced a loophole, and a person behind the scenes, who was silently watching, got in. Dr. Manhattan from the Watchmen universe. And it all started with this collapsed, distorted space-time. What should I do now? Barry was a little panicked. Sinistro was the most famous fighter in the Green Lantern Corps since Abin Sur. Do I run away when I see him? But Mom is still in Central City, so if Sinistro threatens her with... Seeing the Flash's troubled look, Luke chuckled softly. The downside of superheroes was this. The villains had a million ways to put them in a moral dilemma. Don't worry, Cal is here, and I'll get Dr. Wayne here later. Could Sinistro hurt your family in front of Batman and Superman? Luke said softly and comfortingly. the Flashpoint world would end soon. With strict precautions, there shouldn't be any problem in handling a single Sinestro. According to the situation, finding the Reverse Flash was the key. If they couldn't solve this guy, Barry's Speed Force would be difficult to complete, and it was impossible for him to break through the time barrier again. Green really doesn't suit me. Luke touched the lantern ring on his right hand, and the power of his will shone through. The intensity of the emotional energy was probably estimated to be medium to a high level. Obviously, he didn't exactly fit the green light of will. The courage to overcome fear was far less powerful than that of Hal Jordan or Batman. After all, the superheroes have sacrificed their parents. He couldn't match their profound emotions. Well, let's not worry about things that haven't happened yet. It's been over 20 minutes since you left the restaurant. If you don't get back soon, your mother might think her son had fallen into the toilet. Luke waved his hand, suggesting that Barry should relax. Of course, he originally intended to say that even if Sinestro threatened the Flash with his mother, it wouldn't affect anything. After all, after correcting this timeline, the Flash's mother would still be killed by the Reverse Flash. But that sentence would be too cold, which was totally inconsistent with the good image of the Kryptonian cousin who was warm-hearted and kind. Okay, but are you going out like that? Barry scratched his head. His cherry pie was only half eaten. If he rushed back now, it would probably still be warm. I'm going to Australia to follow the peace diplomacy of Themyscira and Atlantis. As you know, my greatest wish is for world peace. Luke smiled and stashed away the power battery and the lantern ring. In his view, the promotion of combat power by this thing was far less than its auxiliary effect. The lantern ring wasn't only a tool for fighting. It could also help him travel through wormholes, heal physical injuries, use electromagnetic scanning, detect radio, radar and high-frequency band communications. When necessary, it could also act as a cosmic translator. Almost all languages of any race, civilization and planet could be translated and conversed with. In addition, the lantern ring also had extensive knowledge from the Book of OA, which could be considered as a universal encyclopedia. This was the real reason why the lantern ring was called the most powerful weapon in the universe. Australia, you and Diana. Barry's eyes lit up with gossip. He quickly threw the unfinished cherry pie to the back of his mind and came over to ask, Luke, I remember you said you had been to Themyscira before. Just ordinary friends. Luke refused to disclose other information, pushed Barry away from the inquiry and flew up to the sky. As most people knew, the Flash, Green Lantern, those two guys, and Aquaman were the people who couldn't keep secrets in the Justice League. Anything they knew could spread all over the League in less than 20 minutes. An hour later, even the Teen Titans, Justice League Dark and A.R.G.U.S would hear the rumors. Wonder Woman and the Kryptonian cousin, this pair, to some extent, is quite appropriate. Barry looked at Luke, who left and commented to himself. After all, Wonder Woman was one of the few superheroes in the Justice League who didn't mind carving people up. As it happened, Clark's cousin, who didn't seem to be much about love and justice, was a moderate and peaceful character. Sydney Opera House, Australia. The diplomatic conference, a symbol of peace, lasted for a week. The United Kingdoms, formed by Atlantis and Themyscira, had started round after round of in-depth and cordial friendly talks with representatives of various countries in the human world. This was the ending. The discussion focused on the details of trade cooperation and the establishment of diplomatic embassies. It's boring. Diana, dressed in Themyscira's signature robe, quietly stepped out for a breath of fresh air. She didn't understand much of the polite and tedious official rhetoric and the need to maintain proper decorum, which made the diplomatic talks a long ordeal. Diana began to miss the Themyscira arena and the good old days of training every day. A week has passed. Had he returned to Themyscira and left without finding me? The Amazon princess was in the human world these days, but she hadn't learned anything. She had watched a lot of dramas on TV. Although she didn't quite understand why the heroine in the drama Vampire Diaries could like her brother and be entangled with him at the same time, she still watched with interest. "Your Highness, there you are." Diana's quiet moment didn't last long. Arthur Curry, the majestic prince of Atlantis, appeared in front of her. This future-sea king was always the first to find out where she was and come over. "Getting some fresh air, it's too stuffy in the venue," Diana replied perfunctorily with a polite smile. These days, wherever she went, she would always meet him by chance. No matter how slow she was, Diana understood it. Unfortunately, first impressions often play a big part in the relationships of young people. Arthur admired Diana, so he courted her. But the Amazon princess wasn't interested. She was a little angry at the thought of the slain sea monster and the disruption of her plans to go to the world of man. Today is the day when the talks come to an end, and in the evening, there is a ball, a social event in the human world. Arthur, who considered himself charming, offered an invitation. "I don't suppose you have a date yet, Your Highness." "I can." Diana didn't even think about it and directly refused. "Sorry, I can't dance." "I can teach you. It's easy." Arthur was in hot pursuit, but his old-fashioned tactics didn't work well with Themyscira's naive girls. "Your Highness Curry, I'm not interested in dancing." Diana shook her head again. Her mother, Hippolyta, had hoped that Themyscira and Atlantis would solidify a marriage that would strengthen their relationship. But she didn't like it. Partly because she didn't like Arthur and partly because she didn't like the fact that there was no ice cream in the underwater world. "I don't want to spend my life with a man who talks to fish," Diana said deeply in her heart. No matter which time and space, Aquaman would always be ridiculed for that. "As I said, Arthur, you can't be that direct with a girl." When Diana left by chance, the Ocean Master, Orm, suddenly emerged from the corner. In the Flashpoint world, he wasn't favored by the King of Atlantis, and his position was far inferior to Arthur's. "What do you think I should do?" Arthur's mouth was slightly pursed. He was a little unhappy about the fact that he was treated so coldly. "Creating surprises and romance, in the surface world, they say that those things are useful," Orm replied with a smile. "By the way, what about Mera? She's already engaged to you." Thinking about that problem, Arthur had a bit of a headache. His future queen was already prepared. That's why Diana was so stubborn and even disgusted. Themyscira took personal loyalty very seriously. Men with a lot of lovers, when they meet tough Amazon women, most of them would meet their end in a wood chipper. "I didn't choose her." Arthur couldn't help saying those unique words of a bastard. Mera was the daughter of the King of Zebel, which is why the King of Atlantis chose her as the future queen. Right now, Themyscira was more powerful, supported by the gods of Olympus. Therefore, Diana became the most suitable marriage partner. "Ha ha, Arthur, you mustn't let Mera know. Otherwise, she'll definitely go after that Amazon princess." Orm seemed to be kindly reminding him. "That's why I didn't let her attend the diplomatic conference." Arthur's mouth hooked up. He was now a veritable king of the sea. Let's just say that the Flashpoint world was too nasty. It was the world that was wrong. Good luck, brother. Orm whispered. He averted his eyes and looked out at sea, not far away, his eyes flashing with a strange look. The air of intrigue quietly permeated. The stars were shining, and the lights were on. In the venue of the Sydney Opera House, soft and soothing music flowed out. Atlantis, Themyscira and the human world jointly organized a ball. Hippolyta, the Amazon Queen, had been dealing with representatives from various countries and the Atlantean delegation. It was a happy thing to see Themyscira accepted by the human world. She knew very well that remaining closed-minded would only lead to stagnation. Diana, why don't you go dancing? The long, light blue sea-water-like dress, worn by the Amazon princess, instantly became the focus of the audience. A tall posture, graceful figure, noble temperament. As soon as the dance started, many men came up and invited Diana to dance with them after they had puffed up their courage. However, they all got the same answer. I was afraid that when those men put their hands on my waist, I would uncontrollably draw my sword and cut off their heads. This is a warrior's instinct, mother, and I find it hard to overcome this. Diana blinked and made an innocent expression. Such willfulness. Hippolyta shook her head in exasperation but didn't say anything else. Diana was the Amazon princess, the future queen of Themyscira, and no one could force her to do anything. So, you're going to sit here all night? Hippolyta reached out to her daughter's cheek and spoke in a soft voice, "See. His Highness, the Prince of Atlantis, has an eager look on his face and will probably be inviting you later. I'd be happier to spar with him with a sword and spear than dance." Diana snorted lightly. The thinking of an Amazon female warrior was simple. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by a fight. Recently, she had read many books about the human world and knew that male creatures attached great importance to pride. If he lost to her in a battle, then maybe he wouldn't bother her again. The princess thought so. Change your rude behavior. A girl shouldn't always be thinking about fighting with someone. Hippolyta felt a little helpless. Themyscira's martial spirit had led Diana astray. She wanted to cultivate her daughter into a noble and elegant princess. Okay. You should go back to your social gathering, Honorable Amazon Queen. Diana changed the subject and expressed her desire not to be lectured by her mother. Hippolyta smiled and gracefully picked up a glass of Themyscira's unique fruit wine from the silver tray held by the waiter. She raised her glass and took a sip, then frowned slightly and realized something was wrong. Diana. Hippolyta threw down her wine glass and paled. Just before she shouted, a golden bolt of lightning struck. It was a golden trident. Swish. It was like a crossbow arrow at full force, quickly attacking the Amazon Queen. Diana was the first person to notice. She subconsciously reached out for the sword of Athena, only to find that she didn't bring it with her. The dress wasn't battle armor. There was no room for swords and shields. In a hurry, she reached over. Bang! The sound waves shook eardrums. The bracelets of submission perfectly blocked the sudden assassination attack. But before Diana could feel fortunate, two more bolts of lightning pierced the air. Hippolyta, with one hand on the table, looked terribly pale, unable to mobilize the divine power in her body. In the next moment, the feeling of a deadly crisis enveloped them. Bang! Bang! The two tridents bounced off. The scene of the Amazon Queen's death didn't happen. There was a green shield in front of Hippolyta. Then, a loud shout rang out. Assassins! In an instant, the whole venue was in chaos. The delegates fled in haste as security personnel surrounded them. The Amazon warrior women were the first to respond, guarding the entrances and exits and searching for anyone suspicious. I came at the right time. A smiling voice sounded at Diana's side. You're Luke. Seeing the familiar figure appear in front of her, the Amazon princess was at a loss. On the one hand, the assassination just now came by surprise and was too dangerous, so she hadn't recovered. On the other hand, Luke's appearance was too abrupt. What? Too excited to say anything. Luke smiled. He didn't think he would run into an assassination attempt on the Amazon Queen. According to the plot, Hippolyta was supposed to die, and then it was discovered that the Atlanteans had done it. The United Kingdoms collapsed, and the two sides ignited a war. Now, it seemed that something was changing in Flashpoint because of someone's intervention. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 457, Chapter 454. There's a mole, the alliance is suspended. Diana helped the Amazon Queen. She breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that her mother was only temporarily weak and not seriously ill. Take care of Her Majesty, the Queen. She gave Hippolyta, who was unconscious and unstable, to the general, Antiope. I think she just drank the poisoned wine. It was mixed with the aconite of Kerberos, but fortunately the dose wasn't too much. Diana not only knew skills on the battlefield, but was also adept at studying and had some knowledge of herbs. It was the three-headed dog of hell from Greek mythology, the Cerberus, with a dragon tail on its lower body and snakes wrapped around its head and back. Once it saw the sunlight, it would spit out poisonous saliva, which dripped to the ground and turned into aconite grass. It was a rare herb with high toxicity, even the demigod Hippolyte wasn't immune to it. Weakening her with poison, then assassinate. Diana glanced over the golden trident and looked at the Atlanteans with displeasure. Such a weapon was obviously the weapon of those underwater people. Have you found the assassin? She turned her attention to Penthesilea, the most famous female warrior of the Themyscira. When the assassination happened, she was the first to chase them. No, I only saw one figure. The assassin jumped into the sea. Penthesilea shook her head, expressing regret. Let's split up. Let the delegation of the human world leave. Let's go back to Themyscira first. When Hippolyta was attacked and was unable to take charge of the situation, Diana rightly stepped forward. The Amazon princess proved to be very committed and decisive, quickly handling the chaotic situation. Even if they couldn't exclude the outsiders and Atlanteans as suspects, she still opened up the entrance and exit restrictions and refrained from creating more meaningless conflicts. Ensuring the safety of the Amazon Queen was the top priority. There were witches on Themyscira who could neutralize the toxicity of the aconite. His Highness Curry wanted to come and ask about the Queen. An Amazon soldier lowered her voice and spoke to Diana. The latter's eyes involuntarily glanced at Luke, who was leaning to one side with his arms over his chest and then shook her head in refusal. Somehow, the Amazon princess didn't want Arthur Curry to appear at this time. I'm very busy right now. I appreciate the sympathy and concern of the Atlanteans. Tell His Royal Highness to please go back." Diana waved her hand, refusing the future King of the Sea's generous gesture. She didn't have the heart to deal with the other party. The sudden assassination attempt on her mother had clouded the peace talks, which should have ended successfully. Not long after, the Amazon battleship anchored at the port sailed in. The General Antiope took the Amazon Queen to the ship, and they rushed to Themyscira. "Come home with me." Diana, who was in charge of the overall situation, slowed down and didn't get on the ship. She spoke to Luke, who stayed behind. "To Themyscira." Luke's mouth turned up. He shook his head and said, "The assassination attempt on the Amazon Queen will certainly cause the gods of Olympus to react. If the culprit is the human world, then the war between the gods and mortals will start. If the culprit is Atlantean, then the war between land and sea will be ignited. If the culprit is a god, then there will be an internal dispute. Diana, there will be a lot of things you need to deal with in the next few days, and that responsibility is on your shoulders. So, I'm not going to make a mess. I can't help you anyway." At first, when she heard Luke refuse, Diana pouted, obviously dissatisfied. But the calm analysis afterwards made her put away her capriciousness. "Did you know that a long time ago, the Amazons had a tradition that if they liked a male of a tribe, they would ask him for a duel and then try to defeat him?" Standing at the port, Diana's eyes looked a little complicated, as if she was torn between her heart and her decision. Knock him out and take him back to Themyscira, and then that man would be her future husband. Luke raised his eyebrows. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the Amazon princess, who had changed into her divine golden armor. He was a little worried that in the next moment, the other party would use a pan, or a shield or something like that, to knock himself out, pack him up and send him to Themyscira. This sounds a bit like a primitive tribal marriage, where the bride is knocked out with a big stick and dragged into a cave to get married. Luke avoided Diana's gaze and changed the subject. He hadn't thought about how to take Wonder Woman out of the Flashpoint world yet. Besides, she wouldn't necessarily want to go with him. At this time, if he collected too much goodwill, they would fall into a passive position. "If you don't want to come back to Themyscira with me, then why are you here?" Diana was a little angry. Her intuition told her that Luke was hiding a lot of secrets. If she could, she really wanted to tie this guy down with lasso of truth, so he would tell her the truth. Of course, in order to fulfill a promise. Luke opened his palm and, as if by magic, he created some strawberry ice cream in a cup. It was sprinkled with crushed nuts, and there was no sign of melting, as if it was just made. "The gift is delivered." He smiled and handed Diana the ice cream. The Amazon princess hummed softly. In the days she had participated in the conference, she had already tasted all kinds of sweets from the world of man. But facing the ice cream in Luke's hand, Diana still couldn't resist the temptation, so she quickly took it. "I deserve this. Don't try to buy me off with this little thing," the Amazon princess said firmly as she ate. "Then I'll reveal a little more information so that Her Highness would forgive me for being insensitive." Luke's lips were raised. He looked at the Amazon warrior standing at the bow of the ship and whispered, "There's a traitor in Themyscira." Diana, who was eating the ice cream, paused as if she didn't hear clearly, and then she reacted. "Impossible." She almost subconsciously dismissed the possibility. Then, the pair of clear eyes firmly stared at Luke. "Who is it?" Diana hesitated for a moment and asked with a heavy voice. If it were someone else, she wouldn't believe it. The Amazons value honor and camaraderie, and betrayal was an extremely shameful crime. Over the years, the Amazon princess had never heard of anyone who would disobey the Queen's will and the teachings of Mother Earth. Her Majesty's sister, Penthesilea. Luke answered truthfully. She has an unknown identity, that is, the daughter of Oz. Themyscira's Penthesilea was not some 4-star card from some anime game. She was the daughter of Oz, the god of war, and one of the spies who planned this assassination. In addition to her, Ocean Master Orm of Atlantis was also involved, and perhaps Oz himself was behind the scenes. Luke didn't mind giving Diana spoilers because the Flashpoint world had been changed anyway. The original trajectory, in fact, was in which the Ocean Master Orm colluded with Oz's daughter, Penthesilea. The two worked together to assassinate Hippolyta, the Amazon Queen, and then the King of Atlantis in an attempt to provoke a war between the two sides. As for the purpose, if Themyscira lost Hippolyta and Diana didn't show competent leadership, then Penthesilea would be the new queen. Oz was the son of Zeus and Hera and had an extraordinary status. With his support, the gods wouldn't raise any objections. Ocean Master Orm could also remove the biggest stumbling block on his way forward, his brother, Arthur, and become king. Finally, Oz, the god of war, who hid behind the scenes, could also earn divine power and strengthen himself through this world war. A perfect cooperation. Everyone was a winner. Except for Diana, Arthur Curry, and the human world that was innocently swept up in it. Do you have any evidence? After listening to the long-winded spoilers, Diana was a little shaken. She wasn't the kind of person who easily doubted her companion's character, but all these strange guesses came from Luke. And it was reasonable and logical. No evidence is needed. Luke looked into the distance and whispered, the battle between Themyscira and Atlantis can't be ignited if the Amazon Queen isn't successfully assassinated according to the original plan. She survived. So, Oz will definitely take action. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 458, Chapter 455 The so-called gods, but that's it. Oz will strike. Diana's expression greatly changed. She knew how terrible the god of war was. He was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the son of Zeus and Hera. He was described as a bloodthirsty murderer, who loved to provoke wars between people and draw divine power from them. The fear, death and wailing of mortals gave Oz immense pleasure. Thinking that Hippolyta might be in danger, Diana, regardless of other things, prepared to board the ship, to catch up and stop the crisis. Let me do it. Luke smiled. Naturally, he didn't want the Amazon princess to confront the god of war after saying all that. Although it was said that Oz had always been Wonder Woman's opponent. But the Diana in front of him was still a young girl. Without growth, how can you defeat your own brother? Speaking of which, the relationship between the gods of Olympus was really chaotic. Zeus slept with the Amazon Queen and gave birth to Diana. But his son Oz gave birth to Hippolyta's sister, Penthesilea. There was too much information about this relationship, it couldn't be sorted out in a short time. You. Diana looked at Luke, who was tugging at her back, and she vaguely understood that this man wasn't simple. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to save her from the jaws of that Atlantean sea monster. But that was Oz. One of the 12 gods of Olympus. War was his source of strength. The wars in the human world had never ended. Therefore, Oz was probably the most powerful god under the 3 giants, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades. How could Luke fight a real god? Before Diana could shake her head and refuse, her soft lips were blocked. It was hot, warm, and electrifying. This is a reward, Your Highness. It took a few dozen long seconds for the lingering and passionate lip and tongue interplay to end. Luke smiled. It's time to see the strength of the Olympian gods before the flashpoint was corrected. Thinking of that, he smiled at Diana, who was standing still, as if her brain was stalled, and suddenly rushed into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. So rude. Looking at the disappearing figure, the Amazon princess scolded softly. There was no strength or anger in her voice. Her brain was so dizzy that she even left the worries about how Luke was going to fight the god of war behind for a while. Themyscira's fleet sailed through the waves and accelerated. General Antiope had a worried expression. The aconite grass was extremely toxic, so even as a demigod, Hippolyta was affected. But that's not the point. As long as they went back to Themyscira and let the witch detoxify it, the Amazon Queen's life wouldn't be in danger. The question was, who poisoned her? First of all, the aconite came from the three-headed dog of hell, Cerberus. An ordinary person simply couldn't get it. Secondly, the food and drink at the ball were checked, so the poisoning could only be done by someone close to them. General Antiope instantly thought of many suspicious candidates as the culprit. Boom! Thunder interrupted her thoughts. The leaden grey clouds were piling up in the sky. Lightning ripped through the darkness of the night like a dancing silver snake. General. Penthesilea walked out onto the deck and asked with a frown, how long will it take to get to Themyscira? At this rate, it will take about half a day. Antiope thought the other party was worried about Hippolyta and reassured her, if a mortal eats the grass, they would instantly die, but Her Majesty is a demigod, she would only be unconscious and weak at most. She has the ability to survive until then. That's good. Penthesilea looked down in thought. General. The Amazon warrior called out. Antiope was about to turn around when a dark dagger stabbed her in the back. The armor on the outside, like a layer of paper, had no defensive effect. I'm sorry, you won't be able to see Themyscira anymore. After finishing her stab, Penthesilea instantly stepped away and backed up. They were the most powerful fighters of Themyscira, so she had to be careful. It's you. Antiope covered her wound and stared at the other party fiercely. The anger in her eyes seemed to turn into substance. The most shameful thing for Amazons was betrayal. No, this is the will of the gods. Penthesilea said so. She looked to the distant sky. The dancing lightning and roaring thunder were like the beating of war drums, like the blowing of horns. The great god of war is coming. Antiope seemed to realize something and looked shocked. Seeing dark clouds obscuring the inky blackness of the night, it seemed like a hole was torn open. A huge figure was slowly squeezing out of it. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed, overlooking the earth, filled with violence and destruction. Such a frenzied aura, such a terrifying will, forming the might of a god. Antiope saw Oz, who was wearing black armor and covered with ferocious barbs. Wearing a feathered helmet, revealing only a pair of empty eyes. His muscles were bulging like hills, and his tall body was filled with a sense of power. It was as if, with a raise of his hand, he could shatter the sky and crush the earth. There was dark red blood seeping out from within his armor, which was particularly frightening. Oz is coming. He was breaking through the boundaries of Olympus and coming to Earth. Who can stop a god? Penthesilea said with excitement. No one can. Antiope struggled to speak as she slowly slid down the railing of the ship. Diana will see all this. She'll see the truth. No, Her Royal Highness, who is far from enough to shoulder Themyscira, won't be able to find out. Penthesilea revealed the signature smirk of a schemer and softly chuckled. It was Atlantis who planned this attack. You were killed in battle, and so was Queen Hippolyta. Hatred will blind Diana. Then, a war will begin. Boom. As they talked, a huge figure appeared in the dark sky, like a majestic mountain, casting an endless shadow. That was ours. War. I need war. The murky voice overshadowed the thunder and rang through the world. Why are you yelling so loudly? While ours was demonstrating the divine power of the gods, a clear voice responded. The dark red cloak fluttered, the upright body stood high in the sky. Luke looked directly at the god of war, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he softly said, as a peace-loving man of justice, I can't let war run wild. Mortal. Ours seemed a little surprised. Any being without the power of the gods of Olympus was immortal to him. Don't try to offend the authority of the gods. The heavy voice was like a boulder pressing down, and the tyrannical will rushed towards the provoker like a wild tide. Ours, with a sense of contempt, was ready to give that ungrateful mortal a little punishment. You have neither the infinite wisdom to see the trajectory of the past and the future, nor the invincible power to make people bow their heads and worship. Luke said sarcastically, without responding much, as if the breeze was blowing in his face. You're just a violent maniac with muscles for a brain. You don't deserve respect at all. Mortals will fear you but won't respect you. Wise men will despise you, for he sees through your shallowness, and I with my own hands will send you to Had's underworld. The stellar energy rushed through Superman's body. Since he came to this world, Luke had yet to truly demonstrate his power. Now, there was an Olympus god provided to spar with him. This wasn't bad. He had faced Odin, the All-Father in Nordic mythology. He wondered what kind of surprise the god of war in Greek mythology could bring to him. How dare you? You lowly ant. Ours said the same old villainous lines. This group of self-proclaimed gods loved to look at others as extraordinarily small compared to themselves. Silver lightning ripped through the thick clouds, and the sound of dull thunder rumbled. A bronze chariot in the typical ancient Greek design was flying high in the sky, and a tall, giant-like figure stood on it, with a majestic look in his eyes. Like a bloody storm, the strong momentum swept in all directions. You will tremble at my feet, regret your ignorance, and weep bitterly for your own weakness. The will of the gods is above all else, and no one can violate it. Thunder rolled as he boarded the bronze chariot. It was as if ours was leading 1,000 horses in a charge. The lingering dark red flame turned into a huge sword, and it slashed straight down as if to tear up the night. Luke looked calm and shook his fist. Unparalleled power boiled in his body, rolling the air and creating a vacuum. Boom! A thunderous noise sounded, and the flaming sword was directly broken into pieces. The force of that punch didn't let up, and it crushed Ars's immense divine power. Muffled thunder exploded in the dark clouds, and the airflow shot up like a sword. The cold, hard face of the god of war, covered by a helmet, experienced a wave of pain. Inside the body of this mortal man, it seemed that there was a powerful force comparable to that of a titan. There is no way that his bare hands can stand up to my divine power. Ars was still full of confidence. Those hollow scarlet eyes flashed released a hidden mental wave. The violence, killing, destruction, and devastation hidden deep within his mind. All kinds of negative emotions were surging. This is the power of the gods. The empty eyes that were hidden within the helmet suddenly burst into flames. In the dark light, it seemed that countless souls were crying and screaming. The despair and death of hundreds of millions of people was the power source of the god of war. The roar was like thunder, and the wail of pain echoed in Luke's mind. The dark red flickering flames of the souls and the fierce desire to kill could destroy a mortal's sanity. If it were other people, they would have been broken by this wave of mental attack and become loyal servants of the god of war. But Luke wasn't afraid, he had the green light of will. The lantern ring appeared on his hand, and a bright, intense light erupted. The dazzling emerald color illuminated the night sky. The firm will was transformed into emotional energy, dispelling the terrifying pressure exerted by Oz. Is that all? The bland voice, which reached the ears of the god of war, was like a great insult. Luke's calm expression seemed to give the face of the Olympian god a hard smack. The feeling of humiliation filled Oz's heart. He rode the chariot and launched a charge. The dark flame turned into an overwhelming wave, surging around Luke. Thousands of horses and soldiers were running in it, and a large army formed by the flame neatly moved in unified steps. There was a rumbling sound in the night sky, and the crimson light was faintly visible between the thick clouds. Oz unleashed the power of the gods. In an instant, horses galloped, arrows rained, and grand scenes of ancient wars were staged in the sky. Luke stood like a hard reef in the heart of the river, resisting the impact of the flames. A warrior driving a chariot rushed head-on. The flames gathered in a lifelike manner, which was the projection of divine power. Boom! The chariot crashed into Superman's body and burst into a shower of fire. Luke could feel that a suffering soul had vanished, and the faintest of spiritual fluctuations were silently annihilated. This was an army composed of souls of the dead. All those who died in war would become part of Oz's divine power. A powerful way to make people feel sick, like an ugly parasite feeding on someone else's corpse. Luke didn't hide the contempt in his voice. The stellar energy in his body collided like a dazzling, fiery, massive celestial body. Endless light and thermal radiation came together, like solar flares, forming a terrible energy storm. In almost an instant, all the projections dissipated and disintegrated. My power. Oz looked at his hands in a daze, a feeling of weakness swept through his body. Puny god. The air brought up a whistling gale, and a heavy punch smashed into the helmet of the god of war. The legendary indestructible divine golden armor cracked open and fell to the ground. Luke stomped on the fiercely cracked helmet and looked down at Oz from above. Now, are you ready to go to hell? Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 459, Chapter 456. The concept of death, crushing the soul. These gods of the earth, whether Greek, Nordic, or other camps, as long as they had their own area of expertise, divine power, and authority. For example, Oz, the god of war, Poseidon, the god of the sea. To some extent, they were equivalent to immortal beings. To be precise, they were very difficult to be completely and conceptually erased. Even if the gods were killed, they could reincarnate or be reborn after a while. Because they had a complete operating system, such dimensional worlds as Underworld, Hell, Heaven, Valhalla and other dimensional worlds to accommodate their souls. As long as their divine powers weren't destroyed or deprived of, their authority remained. For them, death was only the destruction of their body. Their souls were immortal. If you wanted to obliterate them completely, you had to use some special items, weapons, or methods. The gods are immortal. Hades is my uncle. Even if you send me to hell, what else can you do after that? Oz finally faced up to the cruel fact that he lost to a mortal. His helmet, a symbol of war, was crushed by his opponent. The indestructible divine golden armor was also split into pieces. Not only did he lose, but he lost pretty badly. It could be said that he failed miserably. But that didn't mean that Oz would grovel before Luke and admit his mistake. This long-lived Olympian god was just like the Asgardians, who were stuck in their own ways for thousands of years. Always showing great pride and arrogance, always looking at other creatures with contempt. Actually, truthfully speaking, it was only the incarnation of those concepts that qualified as the true gods. Beings like Oz and Zeus were false gods. They were just a group of thieves who stole the divine power of those concepts and packaged themselves in a high-profile way. Because they had a long life and seemed powerful, they appeared as gods to the world. No wonder Diana, who was a demigod herself and came from Themyscira, resented the confusing pile of relatives she had. Gods. Eternal and immortal. Are you worthy? Luke almost laughed when he heard it. It's not like he didn't know the origin of the gods of Olympus. Besides, he had beaten Odin, the all-father of the Nordic deities. Why would he care about Greek deities? You have told so many lies that you have believed them yourself. Luke shook his head. There were many ways for him to kill these false gods. Although Zeus, Poseidon and Hades, when their names were said out loud, one was scarier than the other. But when it came to real combat power, they might not be as good as Odin, the All-Father. The gods of Olympus had been beaten by mortal men more than once. The so-called god of war is nothing more than that. Luke didn't bother to talk nonsense, he just kicked the other party off the clouds. Oz, who miserably lost, was defenseless. Like a cannonball in full force, his body tore through the atmosphere, and he smashed to the bottom of the sea. Boom! The waves surged across the sea, raising huge waves. On the deck of Themyscira's ship, General Antiope and Penthesilea, Oz's daughter, were on the sidelines the whole time. They were both dumbfounded, with incredibly shocked expressions on their faces. A stupefied look. That's the god of war, Zeus's son. Even Hippolyta, the Amazon queen, is wary of him. A mortal beat him. If this gets out, no one would believe it. Is this the man who was with Diana? Antiope struggled to support herself and stood up, gazing at the sturdy figure high in the sky, wondering if she was mistaken. The sea monster of Atlantis and the 12 gods of Olympus weren't just concepts. That man survived and saved the Amazon princess. And single-handedly defeated the god of war, to stop a world war. This isn't a hierarchical issue either. Ignoring the amazement and shock of the two on the ship, Luke opened his bioforce field, drained the water and went to the bottom of the sea. Boom! The whole ocean seemed to tremble under Superman's presence. The stormy undercurrents pounded, and the violent waves lifted. Themyscira's ship, like a swaying boat, sometimes threw itself up and sometimes fell down. Did you think what I said just now meant sending you to Hades' underworld? Luke grabbed the battered Oz with one hand. He had no intentions of letting him go that easily. He might have to think about it. If it were in the main universe, he would have killed the god of war and directly offended Zeus. After all, as an illegal immigrant, attracting too much attention wasn't a good thing. But this was the Flashpoint world, and everything Luke did would eventually be repaired and rewritten by the inertia of time and space. So, he could be a tiny bit presumptuous. Sorry, god of war. You were wrong. Luke gently smiled, and his palm exerted its strength. Without giving Oz a chance to leave his last words, he broke his neck. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The tall and burly god of war collapsed as if he had lost all the bones in his body. Luke threw away the dead body of the god as if he was throwing away garbage. Then, he opened his palm and gripped it violently. Ah! Ah! The sound of a shrill scream spread out. It was Oz's soul. He was squeezed in Luke's hand, looking pitiful, weak and helpless. How did you? Impossible. In disbelief, the god of war's emotions seemed as if he was under severe shock. You look surprised, Mr. God. You can't figure out why I could catch a soul, and it's the soul of the god of war that should have fallen into Had's underworld. Luke was very satisfied with Oz's reaction. His lips curled up, and he said, honestly, I'd be happy to answer your questions and deliver a few taunts in a victorious tone. But I'm a good man, so I won't do it. Take this question to your complete death even if it's only for a short while. Boom! Luke clutched the powerful soul tainted with divine power, abruptly tightened his 5 fingers and closed his palm. Like crushing a bag of biscuits or popping a bubble. With the booming sound of the atmosphere, Oz's screams couldn't penetrate. He directly disappeared from the world. He's not a mortal, he's a god. General Antiope took a deep breath. In her perception, only a god could kill another god. Through the suppression of the divine nature, divine power and authority, the opponent may be sealed or obliterated. That was how Zeus defeated his father, the Titan, Cronus. Ah, that's what killing a god feels like. Luke clapped his hands together with a bland face. He had the power of death and his own underworld. Although, the former wasn't recognized as the concept of death in this studio. However, the existence of the underworld was enough for Luke to temporarily suppress Oz's power and snatch the god of war's soul from Had's hands. After that, it depended on his own mood. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 460, Chapter 457 Amazon Tradition, Double Concerto. When Diana returned to Themyscira by ship, everything was settled. Amazon Queen Hippolyta, under the treatment from the witch, was able to resolve the poison of the aconite without much trouble. It was worth mentioning that Luke had only learned of the Themyscira way of saving patients at this moment. It was actually feeding the other party a bowl of thick black sticky jelly, then folding their hands and praying to the gods. Let's just say that it was very Amazon style. As the sun set and the night grew darker, Luke lay on the king bed of the guest room and pondered whether Zeus, the king of the gods of Olympus, would avenge his son. I hope these gods of Olympus won't come knocking, delivering their heads to me. Although, the famous Greek stallion didn't like Oz. But, no matter what, one of the 12 gods was killed. There wasn't even a fragment of his soul left. This was shocking news. He should be taking revenge for his son and the disrespect. It was hard to guarantee that Zeus wouldn't be angry and look for revenge. Boom! As Luke's mind was wandering, the thick door to his room was violently thrown open with a strong force, making a shocking sound. The aggressive Amazon princess strode in, followed by General Antiope. The latter, however, had the good sense to just silently close the door and leave the room for the couple. Antiope said, "You defeated Oz." Diana had just left the bedroom of the Amazon Queen and ran to Luke's room. She had a lot of questions and urgently needed a reasonable explanation from him. If that arrogant guy in black armor is named Oz. Luke sat at the bedside, calmly greeted the angry eyes of the Amazon princess, and replied, "Then, she's right. Diana was even more furious to hear this man talk about defeating a deity so casually. Remembering her previous worries and Luke saying that he was just an ordinary traveler, she couldn't wait to swing her fist and hit him. Amazon people hated deception and lies. According to Antiope, Luke not only defeated Oz, but he might also be a god. This was very different from the first time they met when he introduced himself. So, you've been lying. Diana's eyes suddenly looked dangerous. It seems that if Luke couldn't give her a reasonable explanation, then she might use the sword of Athena to slice him up. I'm really a traveler. Luke got out of bed, looked at Diana, and whispered, it's just that the scope of travel isn't confined to one world, but many. His words were vague, but the Amazon princess seemed to understand and turned away, not wanting to look at the young man. Although she knew that Luke wasn't an ordinary person. From the special treatment given by her mother, Hippolyta, and that time with the sea monster from Atlantis. But when the truth surfaced, he may not be too unusual. Diana, there's nothing false in my words. Luke reached out a little flirtatiously and touched the Amazon princess's cheek, his voice soft. I came here by accident, everything happened very suddenly. I never thought I'd reach the Themyscira, and I never thought I'd meet you. In order to avoid the woodchipper ending, he started his forward attack strategy. Mother is right. Men are irresponsible bastards. With her head held high, Diana's tall figure almost brought her to the same height as Luke. I'll give you 3 seconds to give me enough reason to forgive you, or in the Amazon tradition, I'll stab my sword through your heart. The Amazon princess was very serious. She pulled out the sword of Athena from her back and stared at the young man in front of her. It seemed that if he gave the wrong answer, she would wield her sword and poke a hole through Luke's chest. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Diana, who was a bit naive, suddenly stared with her eyes wide. Her whole body violently tensed up. After a while, it gradually softened. In the spacious room, there was no other sound except for heavy breathing and twisted tongues. This again. The Amazon princess was very dissatisfied with Luke's old trick. Did it mean that when men and women in the human world were in conflict, they relied on kissing to solve their problems? My father said that there is nothing like a passionate kiss to soothe a girlfriend. If one doesn't work, then another one will. Luke's mouth curved up at the corners, and he softly asked, so, Diana, do you forgive me? No. The Amazon princess said through clenched teeth. She wasn't going to fall for this kind of despicable behavior. Then, let's continue. Luke smiled. The wood in the fireplace crackled, and the flickering flame gave off heat, making the room as warm as spring. After a long, long time, there was a rustle. Diana got out of bed with her bare feet and sat down in the seat at the head of the bed. She stared at Luke, who woke up. After a night of stormy weather, her slightly youthful demeanor seemed to have matured. Mother is right. Men are creatures that we need to be wary of. They could pounce on you like wild animals when you're not looking. The Amazon princess held her head high, her long legs overlapping each other and resting on the edge of the bed. However, in the presence of an Amazon warrior, any man who harbors mischievous intentions would die a horrible death. Luke chuckled, lifted the quilt, stepped on the soft carpet and picked up a glass of fruit wine. Just now, it was a fierce battle that was almost evenly matched. He lost too much water and needed to make up for it. Cunning guy. Diana narrowed her eyes. She insisted that all this happened because she was bewitched by Luke. The vile man used some kind of enchantment and made her lose her mind. It must be so. I have my ways. Luke placed his glass down and picked Diana up in his arms. The two of them squeezed into the seat. This kind of intimate gesture obviously made the Amazon princess feel embarrassed and annoyed. She tried to stand up and escape Luke's embrace but was pulled back again. After several attempts at what seemed like a tedious game, the Amazon princess finally gave up on the idea. I'm just too tired to resist. Diana thought so. What are you thinking? The room was silent. The Amazon princess listened to the man's powerful heartbeat and curiously asked. I'm trying to figure out how to convince the Amazon queen that this was her daughter's voluntary actions. Not forced by some scoundrel. Luke said, jokingly, as he withdrew his thoughts. You enchanted me, you're like the snake in the Garden of Eden, good at deceiving people and weaving lies. Diana wrinkled her nose and gave a figurative wave of her fist, lightly hammering it against Luke's chest. She clearly knew that this young man, who had just had an intimate relationship with her, like the wind, wouldn't stay in one place for long. But that was fine. The Amazon princess thought that she wasn't a weak woman who couldn't survive without support. Don't try to treat me as your subordinate, I can live a good life by myself. Diana was a proud woman, so she said that. That's what Luke appreciated. Even on a certain battlefield, she was still like a female knight who was unwilling to give in, never taking the initiative to surrender and admit defeat. He enjoyed the tug-of-war that tested his physical strength and skills, which made the process even more enjoyable. With this in mind, Luke's heart suddenly felt hot. He couldn't help but pick up the glass beside him and take a sip of it again. You should let the lady taste it first, it's called gentlemanliness, that's what they say in the human world, isn't it? Diana grabbed Luke's fruit wine and drank it all in one go. The fruit wine's fragrance seemed to permeate between her lips, and a rosy glow emerged on the delicate cheeks. Don't get drunk. Luke stopped the Amazon princess from pouring more wine. They shouldn't do it while drunk. The more traces he left in this world, the more ties he had, the more difficult it would be when time and space returned to the main universe. But man's innate possessiveness and predatory nature overruled reason. It can only be said that in this contest between the upper body and the lower body, the former lost to the latter. Amazons are never drunk. Diana murmured in a low voice, putting her arms around Luke's neck. You're the greatest gain in my world. Luke pushed back the long, seaweed-like black hair and looked directly into the eyes of the Amazon princess. Amazons are not the trophies of men. Diana, who was lying in Luke's arms, subconsciously retorted. But before she could continue, her voice came to a screeching halt. There was another fierce battle. The night wind blew the gauze curtain, the distant sea waves undulating, playing a beautiful double concerto. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access of 55 chapters of new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 461, Chapter 458 The Flash in Danger, Superman's Speedy Return. When Luke stayed in Themyscira, immersed in the gentle night, unexpected changes took place in Central City. Since the Kryptonian cousin went to Australia and hooked up with Wonder Woman, Barry quickly took Thomas Wayne to his side, trying to get along with Bat Daddy. In his words, there was no sense of security without the escort of Superman or Batman. Who knew when and where Sinestro was going to attack? He was a superhero who couldn't even fight. He was somewhat flustered when facing the supervillain who gave the Green Lantern Corps headaches. When will it be done? In the apartment, Thomas Wayne asked in a hoarse voice. He wasn't used to the weather in Central City. It was sunny and cloudless every day. It hadn't rained for several weeks, which was very bad for his mood. When he first arrived, Thomas Wayne couldn't help it. He wanted to catch criminals and find something to do. As a result, he squatted on a gargoyle for hours but didn't get the chance to catch a criminal. Robbery and theft happened in the streets. However, before Batman could do anything, citizens cold-handed over the petty thieves to the Central City Police. There were no lunatic criminals, no villains with high IQ, and no clowns who could tell jokes. All in all, there was only one word that could explain Thomas Wayne's stay in Central City: boring. Wait for 2 more days. The cosmic treadmill is done, it's in the testing stage. Barry was a little unhappy. These days, he lived with his mother, feeling as if he had recovered the happiness from his childhood. But after all, this was just a beautiful dream, and one day, he had to wake up. He knew very well that the more he felt attached to the warm affection, the slower he would run. The more difficult it would be for him to break through the time barrier. Do you want me to bring back anything for Bruce? Barry, while busy assembling parts, turned his head and asked. That night in the Alley was a nightmare that Batman could never forget. Whether it was Thomas Wayne or Bruce Wayne, it was the same. No. If possible, I would like to advise him to live a good life, take off the mask, and stop being a lone hero. Thomas Wayne was silent for a moment. He then shook his head and said, The odds are that Bruce won't listen, so let's just fix this mistake and pretend it never existed. Barry opened his mouth, trying to comfort him and ease the sad atmosphere. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he choked out a sentence, What are you going to eat later? I know a great pizza place nearby. You're on your own. Thomas Wayne said coldly. If that Sinestro guy is really a master tactician and team leader, as you said, then, he'll definitely take all sorts of unexpected measures to deal with you. Poisoning your food is also possible. Barry looked depressed when he heard this. He could only make simple sandwiches. By the way, it would be a good idea to bring your mother in and have her tracked and monitored 24/7. This was Batman's way of protecting, keeping the target in his sights at all times. Will it scare her? Barry hesitated. He didn't know how to explain to his mother about all this. Time traveling from the future, and now being targeted by an alien. If he really told her that, he would be treated as a nutcase. I'll think about it and talk about it over dinner. By the way, Dr. Wayne, do you want to come over for dinner? My mom's cooking is great. Barry's character was a bit indecisive, mulling over everything for too long. But Sinestro and Reverse Flash were lurking in the shadows, they were worth the headache. However, he was at a loss in how to deal with it. He could only wait for the Kryptonian cousin to return and ask for his help. No need. Thomas Wayne answered briefly. When you go to dinner, remember to bring the tall, skinny guy in the room with you. Tall and Skinny was Batman's name for skinny Superman. Despite a few days in the sun, Kal-El looked much stronger than before. But overall, he still looked thin. So, Thomas Wayne didn't believe that this guy was the most powerful creature on Earth. It was only a few days ago that he shook hands with the other party and his bones were almost crushed, and he reluctantly accepted the Flash's statement. With him as a bodyguard, presumably, Sinestro won't be a threat to you. Thomas Wayne considered it very carefully, and Barry naturally had no problem with it, so he agreed. By the way, they heard that Batman came to Central City. Citizen Cold, and the other superheroes, all want to meet you. Something about a superhero party. Before Barry could finish, he saw Thomas Wayne's stern look and immediately stopped talking, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm not the one who said it. Staring at the Flash, Batman coldly said, I'm not interested in socializing. Barry's face looked bitter. It was too much pressure to form a team with Bruce's father. He instantly missed the Kryptonian cousin. When it got dark, the Flash went out with Skinny Superman. Maybe they were scared by Luke, so the people from the military never came to bother them. But Cyborg went to Gotham before and had a disagreement with Batman. The peace talks in Australia seem to have taken a turn for the worse. I wonder how Luke is doing. Looking at Kal-El, who was learning how to integrate into society, Barry felt a little helpless. Superman, in this case, in addition to acting as a shield, he basically couldn't help anyone. The Kryptonian cousin was more reliable. At least, he could always find a way to solve a problem. Mom. Barry walked 1 block away to the neighborhood where his mother lived. He was about to ring the doorbell but found that the door was opened. This familiar scene instantly pulled him back to his childhood nightmare. Barry didn't want to think so much and immediately turned into a yellow bolt of lightning, rushing into the house. Batman, who was staying in the apartment, was sitting quietly on the couch. He set down the pen in his hand, folded the finished letter, and stowed it in his belt. Although he said that there was nothing for Barry to take to his son, after thinking for a long time, Thomas Wayne decided to write a letter to Bruce. D.I.D.I. D.I.D.I.D.I. After all that, Batman, who was ready to rest, suddenly heard the signal receiver hidden in the 2 pointed ears of the hood. An alarm sounded. This was the monitoring equipment that he placed on Skinny Superman. The other party hadn't received a normal basic education and hadn't formed a correct concept of good and evil. Even if the Flash said that this Kryptonian was one of the greatest superheroes in the Justice League in the other universe. But Thomas Wayne didn't want to blindly believe that. According to Barry, Central City's current superhero, Citizen Cold, should also be a villain too. Intelligent life forms were complicated and full of uncertainties. Therefore, Batman secretly placed a monitoring device on Skinny Superman without telling the others. On the one hand, it was to monitor him, on the other hand, he also considered that Sinestro might launch a surprise attack. This could serve as a precaution and insurance. The Flash had Speed Force. Placing a miniature signal transmitter on him would be difficult. However, Kal-El was gullible. He could easily achieve his goal by using words like friends and trust. If Luke found out, he would have lamented that no matter where in time and space, Batman was always on guard against Superman. Maybe this was some kind of bonding across time and space. There was an anomaly in the energy readings. It's at the Allen family's house. Thomas Wayne's monitoring equipment wasn't a camera but a signal transmitter to detect energy readings. Once the standard line was exceeded, it meant that Superman would either be in a fight or out of control. Is it Sinestro? This thought had just flashed through Batman's mind when a lightning bolt appeared in front of him. Ah! Dr. Wayne. The Reverse Flash's high-speed vibrating fuzzy figure smiled at Gotham's dark night. I'm sorry, but it's best if you stay out of my personal beef with the Flash. Bang! Reverse Flash grabbed a vase from the table and smashed it against Thomas Wayne's head, knocking him to the ground. Then, he quickly injected the other party with a tranquilizer. He originally wanted to settle the matter straightforwardly, but Sinestro rejected that approach. What the latter wanted was to reshape the world by using the Flash's speed force. Those key figures needed to be preserved to avoid the butterfly effect. It's a pity. I lost a chance to kill Batman. The Reverse Flash shook his head. He made sure that Thomas Wayne was completely unconscious and left the room. By this time, the Flash should have fallen into Sinestro's trap. What fun! Reverse Flash was complacent. He didn't realize that Batman had sent a brief coded message before he passed out. The Flash in danger. Come back soon. Far away in Themyscira, Luke reclined on a smooth boulder, looking at a slender figure in the distance. Diana, wearing a dress, tied her seaweed-like hair into a braid and stood on the edge of a steep cliff. Seemingly sensing Luke's gentle eyes, the Amazon princess waved at him. However, she jumped down, drew a wonderful arc, and plunged into the blue sea with a splash. For Diana, this dangerous act was no different from ordinary diving. A short message from Batman. Luke squinted his eyes, feeling the rare afternoon sunshine but hearing the ticking sound. He fished out the signal receiver he carried with him and deeply sighed. Diana, I have to leave for a while. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. There was a problem with the Flash, so Luke had to rush over. Today's planned synchronized swimming and underwater activities seemed like they had to be put on hold for the time being. By the way, I could go to Metropolis to buy a bikini. Heh. Seeing the wet, tall figure in the water, Luke's lips hooked up. Recently, the temptation of a female warrior in uniform didn't feel as fresh as before. It's time for something new. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 462, Chapter 459. This punch, with 20 years worth of power. Luke didn't know much about what happened in Central City that made Batman send him an urgent message. Was it Sinestro? But, could the Flash, Superman, and Batman be taken care of with just one ring with the power of will? That was a bit exaggerated. Luke flew over Central City with such doubts. He wore the Green Lantern ring, which was fully charged. He scanned the whole city for the number of life forms while searching for Barry and the others. Dr. Wayne. According to the target location given by the Lantern ring, Luke first went to Barry's apartment and found Thomas Wayne, who was unconscious. Fragments of a vase were scattered on the floor and a syringe that had been thrown away. Was it the clown? Were they in some kind of forbidden game? Luke spat out. Fortunately, Batman was only injected with a large dose of the tranquilizer, temporarily lost consciousness, and wasn't in any real danger. Those villains were always so gentle. They only had their own archenemies in their eyes. Just like Sinestro vs Hal Jordan, Reverse Flash vs Barry. As for the other superheroes. Sorry, not familiar, not interested. The light of will gushed out from Luke's lantern ring and enveloped Batman. It was as if a completely unscientific holy light spell had awakened the other party. This was one of the advantages of the lantern ring. having all kinds of auxiliary functions. With enough willpower, it could be called an all-purpose tool. A red bolt of lightning. Thomas Wayne, who was awake, quickly told Luke what had happened. Luke listened thoughtfully. Reverse Flash and Sinestro formed an alliance. So, Reverse Flash pacified Batman, who could potentially interfere with the plan, and Sinestro tackled the Flash. This division of labor was interesting. What about Superman? Although Kal-El was in a weak state, with no sunshine since childhood, smashing Sinestro to bits wouldn't be a problem for him. The only thing to worry about was probably Superman's poor mental capacity. Therefore, every time before a big event occurs, he will go offline early due to various accidents and traps. Dr. Wayne, you stay here and don't move around. Luke tapped on the lantern ring's simulated light screen and traced Kal-El's location, and found that it was in the nearby block, not far away. With those words, he crashed through the ceiling of Barry's apartment and flew straight through. Can't you go through the front door? Thomas Wayne looked up at the huge hole, shook his head and said so. He wasn't going to reimburse the Flash for the roof. In a matter of moments, Luke arrived at the location where Kal-El was. And then, as soon as he landed, he saw skinny Superman being beaten. Kryptonian. Luke found a tall man wearing a special combat suit with an S on his chest. With each of the opponent's moves, it generated a surge of violent power. Muscles twisted together like steel wires. It was like a raised mountain, shaking the air. Compared with the thin skinny Superman, this man was more like the son of Krypton. Boom! A heavy punch slammed into Kal-El's face, causing a large trail of blood. Skinny Superman seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer and staggered back a few steps. The tall man, who seemed to be very good at fighting, chased after him, closing in again. Both eyes emitted a crimson beam of light that struck Kal-El in the chest. The latter's feet left the ground, pulled a straight line, and fell into a store with a bang. He was like a baseball that had been knocked out, passing through the walls of shops and streets. The remaining momentum didn't stop until he smashed into a car. The metal door dented, and the glass shattered. Large areas of smoke and dust, like the waves of the sea, swelled and rose up. It's probably the secret weapon of the military. Luke stood by silently, having no intentions of fighting. Anyway, his little cousin wouldn't die for a while. If he wanted to learn how to fight with others, he had to start somewhere. Speaking of which, Kal-El's strength wasn't inferior to the military's secret weapon. However, he had been passively suffering injuries, acting as a thick sandbag. The government, Sinestro, and Reverse Flash. Luke noted their names in his heart and was ready to end them all. Through supervision, he found that the cells in the tall man's body were very close to those of a Kryptonian, probably a replica of Superman, similar to Bizarro. This was normal. Kal-El had been in the hands of the military for 30 years, and it was impossible for them not to have any results. If Lex Luthor, the scientist, had that much time to study Superman, he might have produced a Kryptonian legion. That hurts. The simple thinking skinny Superman felt the pain all over his body and felt a mass of anger inside. He shouted angrily and accelerated like a supersonic fighter jet traveling at low altitude, ramming hard into the tall man. However, the latter just sneered. His excellent dynamic vision captured the full trajectory of Kal-El's movement. He dodged aside. The turbulent air smashed on him without causing any harm. The powerful palm opened. Between the crackles, he accurately grasped skinny Superman's right leg, pulling the thin figure away. Boom! like a sandbag. Kal-El's body was in direct contact with the cold hard ground. Spider web-like cracks instantly blossomed and raised a cloud of dust. "You're not even as good at fighting as a kindergartner," the tall man commented. His real name was Sinclair. He was a lieutenant and one of the first soldiers to be drafted into Project Superman. Out of over 400 candidates in the same period, he was the only one who survived and thoroughly adapted to the transformation process from the krypton cells. Although General Lane later recruited 3 groups of soldiers, one after another. But the horrible failure rate of nobody succeeding made the military abandon the idea of replicating Superman. Sinclair became a unique existence, codenamed Subject Zero. As Luke suspected, he was the military's secret weapon and its greatest asset. "The superhuman power is a waste on you." Sinclair's foot almost crushed Kal-El's sternum. "If I could have all of it, the United States would be the most powerful nation in the world." The lieutenant had a simple mind and was a soldier who only obeyed orders. His heart was filled with how to make the light of freedom and democracy of America shine on every corner of the earth. Boom! Boom! Sinclair stomped his foot again, kicking the skinny Superman into vomiting blood. In the past, he stayed in the secret base underground in Metropolis and never even had the chance to let off steam. Now, he could finally come out to perform a mission, so the lieutenant was very excited. Bloodlust, mania, impulsiveness. All kinds of emotions surged inside. "Hey, I'm a little upset that you're beating up my cousin like that." Seeing that his Kryptonian's younger cousin was about to be killed, Luke finally stood up. According to his observation, Sinclair was basically a weaker form of Superman. He was also a bully that Kal-El couldn't fight, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to be so arrogant. "It's another Kryptonian." Sinclair stopped and looked at Luke, approaching from the other side of the street. "You're the one who threatened General Lane with an intergalactic war, right?" Luke curled his lips but didn't answer. The Kryptonian fleet was just his nonsense. He didn't expect the military to believe it. "If I bring you back to the general, he would praise me." Sinclair, like a beast, stared at Luke as he approached, grinning. "I'll be an American hero." "No, hero of the world." Swish. The lieutenant decisively gave up on Kal-El, who was lying on the ground, unable to fight anymore, and went straight for his opponent's cousin. Rumble. Seeing Sinclair leaving an afterimage and the atmosphere continuously snapping with sonic booms. Before a single breath, he approached Luke. The latter looked calm and didn't bat an eye. He stretched out his right hand, made a fist, and swung out. Nothing fancy. It was very simple. Sinclair, who flashed by, as if on his own accord, sent himself to Luke's fist. Crack! Crack! The fist pierced through the lieutenant's torso, striking flesh and bone like a sharp blade. The strong flesh, hard as steel, was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this blow. Bang! The earth seemed to shake so hard that the aftershock radiated to the surrounding neighborhoods. Sinclair lowered his head and saw a huge hole in his chest. The flesh, blood, and organs were all crushed by the terrifying force. "This punch is 20 years' worth of power." It was only then that Luke slowly opened his mouth. He smiled at the corners of his mouth and walked right past Sinclair, who was standing still. After walking some distance away, Sinclair's tall body burst open and exploded into a sticky mass of flesh and blood. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 463, Chapter 460 The Culprit, The Ultimate Truth. Cousin, are you all right? After one punch killed Lieutenant Sinclair, Luke reached out and pulled Kal-El up. Skinny Superman had been beaten wildly and was a little delirious. Looking at his older cousin, there was an extra hint of warmth in his teary-eyed look. When the Flash asked him to go out, it was clear that he was talking about a big meal. When they arrived at the door, Barry found out that something was wrong and left Superman behind, using the Speed Force to break into the house. Then Sinestro came to catch the Flash. He only targeted him. The other party's goal was the Flash. He wasn't interested in Superman. But the simple-minded Kal-El, when he saw that Barry was captured, thought that dinner might not be an option. Sinestro didn't want to get involved too much. The person who sent Lieutenant Sinclair, General Lane, believed him when he said that the Green Lantern Corps could stop the Kryptonians. Having met Abin Sur, the federal government wasn't difficult to persuade. That's what Luke saw when he came. Find somewhere to buy a hot dog or a burger. Go eat. Luke looked at Superman's injury. Although he looked miserable, for the self-healing Kryptonian, it was nothing. He was too busy looking for Sinestro and Reverse Flash and had no time to take care of his younger cousin. Barry Allen was the only key to the main universe, so he couldn't let anything happen to him. No money. Superman didn't move his feet and spoke with some embarrassment. Barry had taught him the common sense of having to pay for food. Take it. Swipe as much as you like. Luke had never had the habit of carrying money, and when he was in the Marvel Universe, he traveled with a secretary and bodyguard, so he didn't have to pay his own bills at all. In the studio next door, the Flash, Batman or Cyborg took care of the bills. Fortunately, Barry left a credit card. He threw it to his cousin, indicating that he was free to use it. Anyway, the Flashpoint world was a mistake that was going to be corrected. Even if the Flash's credit card was maxed out, it wouldn't matter. Thank you, cousin. Superman was very polite and walked away with the credit card. What an easy child to take care of. Power ring, search for Thal Sinestro's location. Luke sent away his cousin, who was beaten up for no reason, then used the power ring to find Sinestro's whereabouts. The Guardians of the Universe added a beacon function to the rings when they were forged for the convenience of the Green Lantern Corps operations. It could search for nearby Green Lantern soldiers at any time, anywhere, and guide each other to rally together. It could also send emergency signals in case of danger. According to Abin Sur, at this time, Sinestro didn't have the yellow light of fear. Then, Luke, who was also an owner of the green power ring, could easily find the other party's whereabouts. He's fast. At the Atlantic Ocean. Luke withdrew the projection made from the power ring, pulled himself up from the ground and rushed high into the air. In a matter of minutes, he crossed the long distance and appeared over the Atlantic Ocean. Sinestro is after the Flash's Speed Force, and Reverse Flash is after revenge against the Flash. Barry, you're so unlucky. Luke muttered casually. His eyes swept across the vast sea like radar and finally locked on a small island. He. Barry, we meet again. When the Flash opened his eyes, he saw the Reverse Flash's face. The other person, like a weirdo with nefarious intentions, kept laughing dangerously. Thorn, it's you. Don't hurt my mother, anymore. Seeing the enemy who killed his mother, the Flash's emotions were instantly aroused. He was strapped to a metal chair with his hands and feet in shackles. The speed force in his body also seemed to get weak and difficult to mobilize. Barry remembered that he was going to have dinner with his mother. However, Sinestro set a trap. The Flash actively rushed into an energy net, completing the capture plan. "Don't worry, Barry, I didn't do anything to your mother. Although I killed her countless times on countless timelines, I'm not going to do it this time." Reverse Flash spoke in a sinister tone, unafraid of the anger emanating from the Flash size. "I love what you've done with the place. It's collapsed and distorted. Everyone's fate has changed. It's wonderful." The Flash clenched his fist, wanting to punch the other party severely. He angrily shouted, "You planned all this." "No, Barry, that's the fun part." Reverse Flash had waited for so long to hear the Flash say that. He was so excited that he was almost ecstatic. He came to this world with him. Wasn't it just to enjoy this moment? Reverse Flash squeezed his opponent's jaw, then laughed and said, "I didn't do anything. The reason for this world lies in you, Barry Allen, the superhero of the Justice League, the Flash. Think carefully, Barry. Did you do anything good in secret?" The Flash pursed his lips, knowing that he had created the Flashpoint world in order to undo his mother's death. However, it couldn't have had such a great impact. Superman, Batman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, the fate of these people had changed. "This is a lie you've made up, isn't it? I saved my mother. How could I have influenced her past before she was killed and further distorted time and space? That's impossible." Barry shook his head vigorously, saying he didn't believe it. "Wow, you don't want to accept the truth? Then let me ask you, Barry. If speed breaks through the sound barrier, it creates sonic booms. What about breaking through the time barrier?" Reverse Flash understood everything that was going on and did his best to answer the Flash's innermost questions. He loved watching the Flash wallow in pain and self-doubt. It's so delightful. Speed Force broke the boundary of time, and then boom. A huge explosion was created, and the distortion effect started to spread outward with you as the center of the circle, affecting everything. The Reverse Flash held out his finger and gestured. "Of course, I helped in a small way, but you gave me the opportunity, Barry." The Flash clenched his teeth. His expression was a little complicated. Thinking of Superman and the dead Bruce, his heart was filled with guilt. This was the expression that the Reverse Flash wanted to see. "I just wanted to save my mother." After a long moment of silence, Barry painfully said so. "What a touching story, Central City's greatest superhero. Wait. Why weren't you there to prevent JFK's assassination? And why didn't you keep Hitler at the Academy of Fine Arts?" The Reverse Flash was relentlessly sarcastic. "You just wanted to save your mother. Because of your selfish desire, you tore the past apart and made a tragedy out of it. Tell me, Flash, what's the difference between you and me now?" Crossing his arms on his chest, he looked at the Flash, who was struck speechless. The Reverse Flash revealed his satisfaction. He clapped his hands. The originally dim environment suddenly lit up. Barry saw the cosmic treadmill with all kinds of wires and instruments connected to it. "He's all yours, Sinestro." The Reverse Flash retreated to the side, leaving room for his partner. The red-skinned alien came out of the dark shadows and looked directly at the Flash, who was hanging his head in disbelief and devoid of hope. A frenzy flashed in his eyes, and he muttered, The Speed Force is mine. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 464. Chapter 461. Scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Sinistro. Barry shuddered as he sensed the other party's maniacal eyes. He felt like he was a mouse on the operating table, waiting to be dissected. Ha ha, we're old friends too, Flash. Sinistro withdrew his inner excitement and returned to his expressionless, indifferent look. The more success was within reach, the calmer he would be. What do you want? Sinistro, there is no reason to harm intelligent life in the sector, it is against the rules of the Green Lantern Corps. Barry quickly warned. He was good friends with Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, and he knew a few things about the Green Lantern Corps. Those little blue men from OA called themselves the Guardians of the Universe. They set up the Green Lantern Corps to maintain the order of each sector, roughly understood as the universal version of the United States, interfering with the development of civilizations on other planets in the name of bringing advanced, liberating ideas. Are you expecting me to follow the rules of the Green Lantern Corps and let you go? Sinistro seemed to have heard a funny joke. He grinned while mocking, why are you superheroes always so naive? Rules will never become the chain that binds the strong. Barry's heart felt cold, trying to mobilize the strength in his body, trying to break free from the restraint on the seat through high-speed vibration. However, Reverse Flash had somehow weakened him, and he could not connect to the Speed Force at all. Don't bother struggling, Flash. The Reverse Flash, who was standing by the side, struck a timely blow. As Barry Allen's nemesis, he had studied Speed Force much more thoroughly in certain aspects. In fact, half of the success of the Flash today was due to Reverse Flash's training. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. Reverse Flash delivered the standard villainous laugh, knowing that he had already taken care of Batman. Together with the military's secret weapon, suppressing Superman wasn't a problem. Without help, the Flash wasn't the slightest threat. Facing Sinistro and Reverse Flash, the alliance of the two villains, what else could he do besides running away? I have teammates. Barry blurted it out in desperation. At this critical moment, he immediately thought of the Kryptonian cousin who was in Australia, hooking up with Wonder Woman. The Flash was well aware of the situation he was about to face, being drained of the Speed Force and reduced to a human power generator. Through Abin Sur's message and Luke's analysis, Barry understood Sinistro's evil plan. The other party intended to use Speed Force to rewrite the timeline again, thus shaping a whole new time and space. This was a feasible plan. Barry was different from other speedsters. He was the generator of Speed Force, not just a user. Every step he took while running was creating the Speed Force. So, with the help of instruments and equipment, such as the cosmic treadmill, making Barry run, like a hamster on a wheel. Then he would be the human power generator, constantly generating Speed Force to power Sinistro. Something like this wasn't unheard of before. For example, the Flash once faced Zoom from Earth 2. He used this scheme to drain Barry Allen's body from the Speed Force. You mean, the other Kryptonian? Sinistro sneered and burst Barry's fantasy bubble. He has been away from Central City for quite some time, which is why I waited until now to start the plan. Kryptonians are indeed very powerful, but as long as the plan was completed first, the other party would be deleted from the timeline. No matter how powerful Superman's fists were, even if it could break a planet. But so what? He wouldn't be able to change the fate that was destined to happen. Barry Allen, You don't have to struggle anymore. Just obey my orders. Sinistro's patience was running out. Rebuilding the multiverse, what a great plan. You should be happy to be a part of it. He waved his hand, signaling Reverse Flash to activate the cosmic treadmill that had been completed. Barry almost cursed. For the Flash, people would know that his anger was reaching boiling point. In the Justice League, everyone knew that the Flash was the one with the best temperament. This isn't a bad ending for you. While testing the machine, Reverse Flash laughed at Barry. Be a good generator, for your mother's sake. Sinistro untied the restraint belt on the seat. The Flash was so weak that he couldn't escape. He couldn't do anything but allow himself to be tied to the treadmill to power it and provide energy. D-I-D-I. D-I-D-I-D-I. The power ring made a sound. Someone's approaching. Just as Luke used the power ring to find Sinistro's location, he would also be aware of it. There's still a Green Lantern on Earth. Before Sinistro could figure it out, a tall figure fell from the sky, smashed to the ground, spattering a circle of smoke and dust. You took my friend. And the only key to the main universe. Luke didn't say the second half of his sentence and silently thought so. He coldly scanned the room as if a cold Siberian current had passed through, causing a chill to rise in the hearts of both Sinistro and Reverse Flash. This was an intense momentum that produced a spiritual wave. Kryptonian. Sinistro's expression changed. He was focused on Luke's power ring. How did you get Abin Sur's? Abin Sur's power ring was never recalled by the Guardians of the Universe, but it ended up in the hands of a Kryptonian. Surprised. Luke raised the power ring and aimed at Sinistro. I'm more curious, Sinistro, what led you to find out about all this? The Flashpoint event led to the restart of the multiverse. The Guardians of the Universe on Planet Oa, as well as those high-level concepts of the universe, such as the Endless, should all be aware of it. But such existences wouldn't care. After all, this wasn't the first reboot of the universe. There had been many Flashpoint events before. For example, the well-known Crisis on Infinite Earths. The struggle between the Monitor and Anti-Monitor eventually spread to the multiverse. In that crisis, the Flash, Barry Allen, sacrificed himself, destroyed the antimatter cannon and saved the last main universe. It seems that from then on, the Flash's sacrifice had become a tradition for every big event. Someone gave me a prophecy and a revelation. Sinistro pursed his lips and replied. It all started with Abin Sur arriving on Earth and looking for the entity of the white light of life. It was well known that the entity is the living embodiment of the white light of creation that gave birth to all living things in the universe. For a long time, the Guardians of the Universe claimed that the planet Oa was the center of the stars, the starting point of all intelligent life. But why was the white light of creation placed on Earth, a backward and remote sector? From then on, Sinistro had doubts about everything the Guardians of the Universe had said. Behind a lie, there must be countless other lies. Sinistro found the imprisoned Atrokitus and demanded answers. Speaking of that person, the timeline will have to move back several centuries. A long time ago, the Guardians of the Universe, who had nothing better to do, had not yet established the Green Lantern Corps. The Cosmic Police, which was responsible for maintaining each sector's security and public order, were the Manhunters. However, because of a major system failure, in fact, an elaborate conspiracy, the Manhunters got the wrong instructions, taking Sector 666 as a target. The group of machines that had no compassion nor the ability to think would only obey orders. They slaughtered all the residents of the sector without question or hesitation. This was the true story of the famous massacre of Sector 666. Afterwards, the Guardians of the Universe covered it up and kept it quiet. They learned their lesson, exchanging the robot manhunters for the Green Lantern Corps, a more reliable cosmic police force composed entirely of intelligent life. But they didn't realize that there were survivors of the massacre on the various planets of Sector 666. That person was Atrokitus. He was originally a psychologist living in Sector 666, the planet Ryut. Because of witnessing the tragic scene where his wife and child were killed by manhunters, and the whole planet was dyed red with blood. As the only surviving life of Ryut, for the rest of his life, Atrokitus's entire purpose in life turned to revenge. Other than that, there was nothing left. He and 4 other survivors from Sector 666 formed the 5 Inversions. They opposed the order set by the Guardians of the Universe and were constantly at odds with it. Through plundering and fighting, the 5 Inversions established power and ruled a huge star field. However, they were still too young and weak, compared to the Guardians of the Universe, who had been rooted in the stars for billions of years and had a profound background. The Little Blue Men defeated the 5 Inversions and used the imperial capital, Ysmalt, which they rebuilt as a prison. They sentenced Atrokitus and others to life imprisonment. In order to show their benevolence, the Guardians of the Universe allowed the 5 Inversions to live. But they could never leave the barren, pitiful planet. On the planet Ysmalt, Atrokitus killed the other 4 members and became the last survivor of Sector 666. When he reached extreme rage and had no other emotions, the red light representing rage descended. This was the origin story of the Red Lantern Corps leader, the first Red Lantern demon in the universe. It was also the person who foresaw the great event of Blackest Night, which was already recorded in the Book of Oa. Atrokitus wanted to kill the key figures in advance, the Black Hand, William Hand, to bring about the end of the world. As a result, Hal Jordan and Sinestro, who were chasing him, caught him on the spot and sent him to prison on planet Oa. Of course, the former didn't become the Green Lantern in the Flashpoint timeline. Therefore, it became Sinestro's task alone. He captured Atrokitus and learned about the Flashpoint through his opponent's precognition. The so-called precognition was to have a dialogue with the future by sacrificing the blood of living beings. Judging from several predictions made by Atrokitus, the accuracy was quite high. I told Abin sir, but he didn't believe me and couldn't understand me. Sinestro kept a cold expression and whispered, if he could see what I saw, maybe he would be on my side. The consequences of the Flashpoint go beyond the collapse of this space-time. Darkness and even more darkness will come. Luke grimaced. What the other person called darkness probably meant that after Dr. Manhattan came, the Doomsday Bell rang. And, the outbreak of the big metal event, the Batman who laughs from the dark multiverse, leading to Barbatos. Finally, the source wall was broken, the Omega Titans, the presence. If that really happened, it would be dark indeed. To be honest, I'm a little tired of hearing this, and in order to save more people, I've decided to sacrifice the few. Luke shook his head, looked straight at Sinestro, and spoke in a deep voice, if you're determined to be a villain, then don't look for excuses. Not to mention, you're in my way. Boom. The dark red cloak lifted up high, drawing out a swift after-image. Comment. 16 comments. Vote. Chapter 465. Chapter 462 The Superman's bodies couldn't be generalized. When Luke stepped out, Sinestro instantly felt a terrible force, like a lava volcano erupting and crashing down on him. The whole island seemed to be shaking. Luke's figure, like a sudden rise, like a titan, filled the cave, giving off a frightening aura. Sinestro subconsciously raised his power ring, and the light of will strongly surged out, building an energy barrier. When the bright green light erupted, Luke was already close to his face. A fist viciously smashed out. Boom! The air inside the entire cave seemed to be compressed and drained all at once. Then, as if thousands of gunpowder barrels detonated together, a furious wave of sound swept through the air and reverberated through. Reverse Flash saw the situation wasn't good. He almost collapsed and ran out of the cave first. The Flash wasn't so lucky. He had lost his speed force and didn't get the chance to escape. He was lifted up by the roaring airflow and slammed into the wall. Crack, crack. The strength of the light of will was no match for Superman's fist, and the barrier was instantly shattered and destroyed. Sinestro was hit hard and flew backwards. "That's all," Luke lightly commented. "You suit the light of fear better, Sinestro." Compared with pure will, it represented fear and was more in line with Sinestro's heart. The energy from the emotional spectrum depended on compatibility. Like Hal Jordan, who had worn the green, yellow, red, and even white power rings. What suited him the best was always the light of will. Barry, and the treadmill. Luke looked at Sinestro, who was covered under a hill of collapsed rocks from the wall. He shook his head. He opened his bioforce field and threw the Flash, who was unconscious, and the cosmic treadmill into the underworld. This level of opponents wasn't difficult to deal with at all. "I'm not going to give you the key to the main universe that easily." Sinestro planned well, rewriting the timeline through Speed Force, reshaping the world and influencing the multiverse. But he didn't know that the speedster, who frequently traveled through the timeline, would be hunted by the spatial and temporal ghosts. Moreover, this couldn't solve the fundamental problem. If Luke was right, Dr. Manhattan, from the Watchmen universe, had noticed the collapse of time and space. Predictably, he was waiting for the Flash to repair the timeline and take the opportunity to steal 10 years from the restored timeline. In the face of a quantum being, the upstream and downstream of time, the past and the future were all meaningless. The boundless time and space, in Dr. Manhattan's view, was like a spacious room. He could come and go as he pleased and could appear in the upstream and downstream, past and future, at the same time. Sinestro used a giant electric drill, formed by the light of will, to chisel through the small mountain pressed against him. The Flash, to him, was the last hope he had to reshape the world and save the multiverse. As a paranoid person, Sinestro couldn't give up that easily, even if he had to make an enemy out of a Kryptonian. Boom! 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 The green light flashed, and 2 large cannons were successfully shaped, unleashing their firepower on Luke, who hadn't left yet. This was the strength of a Green Lantern. They could turn their thoughts and will into energy through the power ring and manifest them. As long as they had enough willpower, they could form anything, from the micro level to the macro level. For example, kryptonite or radiation from a red sun, and so on. If I put on the power ring and manifest a star destroyer, I wonder if fantasy weapons can appear. Luke didn't pay attention to Sinestro. His mind was wandering, thinking of another subject. The main reason was that he couldn't imagine what the details in a Death Star would look like. The simple concept couldn't be manifested. And replacing it with a star destroyer, the difficulty might be much less. Luke held up the power ring and wanted to try. However, he found that the power of will released by the power ring couldn't construct a complete structure. Failing several times in a row, he could only give up. In the meantime, Luke was attacked by Sinestro. Artillery, naval guns, plasma guns, spacecraft missiles, all kinds of conventional weapons were used. Perhaps, depending on the strength of will, the power of these weapons of mass destruction was slightly different. But they bombarded Superman's bioforce field, but there was only one result. They couldn't break the defense. Sinestro, your will isn't strong enough. Luke strode forward, his eyes slightly condensed. The cave was sliced in half when the high-temperature rays swept through. A large amount of sand, gravel and mud fell, causing a small earthquake. Sinestro, who erected an energy shield, quickly flew into the sky to avoid the falling rocks. He realized that it might not be a wise idea to take on a Kryptonian on his own. Weaknesses. Right. Magic. Sinestro wasn't ignorant of Superman, with low magic resistance, low mental resistance, fear of kryptonite and red sun radiation. Any villain with a bit of brain knew these weaknesses. This was probably the reason why Superman would be busy every time there was a big event. As the fighting force of the Justice League, he was targeted too severely. Sinestro mentally formed a staff and aimed it at Luke. The emotional spectrum was universal energy. Power rings could use all the basic forces of the known universe, such as gravity, heat, light, electromagnetism and so on. The only thing that limited the Green Lantern was their knowledge, imagination and strength of their will. What? Are you going to say Avada Kedavra? Luke sneered and flew into the air. In order to reduce the difficulty of Sinestro's casting, he didn't even move and quietly became a target. The power ring's energy could be converted into magic, but it didn't make any sense. Even if the Sorcerer Supreme were called from the studio next door, he wouldn't be the opponent of the magic-resistant Superman. Boom. Boom, boom. Sinestro saw that his opponent was taking him lightly and sneered. He decided to seize the opportunity and threw a few big fireballs. Ah! This! Several huge fireballs smashed Luke's chest, suddenly exploded, and then, they disappeared. Sinestro's eyes widened in disbelief. He had personally seen Superman being magically taken care of by Zatanna, Constantine, and even Swamp Thing. How come it doesn't work now? Was the light of will not pure enough? I'll try a mental attack. Seeing that magic didn't work, Sinestro thought of using a mental attack, which was also Superman's weakness. The other party was controlled by Poison Ivy once, almost beating Batman to death. Just a few seconds later, Sinestro was once again frozen. He converted the green light into a mind-controlling psychic device, but it was still useless. Maybe, I need kryptonite. Sinestro didn't understand. Even if he was also Kryptonian, Superman's older cousin didn't have those weaknesses. Okay, playtime is over. Luke's mouth turned up. Being Superman, and having Superman's physique, couldn't be generalized. Kryptonite, magic, mind control. In his opinion, those things weren't even worth mentioning. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 466, Chapter 463. When the Flash regained consciousness, he was already in his apartment in Central City. It was like he had a long night's sleep, during which he also had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, Sinestro forced him to run on the cosmic treadmill and drained the speed force from his body. Then the timeline was successfully rewritten to remove all the relevant presence of the Justice League in one go. In the end, there are only a bunch of villains left in the universe. They overthrew governments and established their own powers. The world was in ruins. It was so bleak. Barry woke up from his dream with a jolt as if he had been frightened. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a large bed in his apartment in Central City. The sun came in through the window, and a bit of dust fluttered and floated. Everything seemed fine, and so quiet, so beautiful. "Are you awake?" Luke pushed the door open as if he had noticed the noise and asked. The Kryptonian cousin had a smile on his face, which instantly stabilized the Flash, who was a bit confused. The other party seemed to have magical powers, like Batman, who could quickly calm people down and stop them from thinking too much. "Luke, I remember you saved my life. What happened after that?" Barry rubbed his hair. The back of his head was smashed against the solid rock wall, and right now, he could still feel the pain. He looked like someone drunk, who had been partying all night and had drunk himself to death. The memory in his head was fragmented, like a long, poorly edited film. Nothing interesting. Luke leaned against the door frame, his mouth hooked up, showing a kind smile. Sinestro, after being educated by me, decided to give up his evil plan to destroy the world and continue to devote himself to the great cause of the Green Lantern Corps to maintain peace in the universe. He realized that he had done something wrong and sincerely admitted his mistakes. The Flash froze in place, then widened his eyes, wondering if he misheard. Could Sinestro change his ways? That's ridiculous. Okay, I'm just kidding. Luke waved his hand. It seemed that his joke didn't work. Even a guy like Barry, who could easily laugh, didn't get the punchline. I punched Sinestro to death. He understated what had happened. Now, Luke had 2 power rings in his hand. Dead? The Flash subconsciously asked again. After all, he was a superhero and a member of the Justice League. As a rule, when usually the Justice League defeated a supercriminal or an evil villain, they would all be locked up, thrown into a dreadful prison that they claimed to be maximum security. Then after a while, the gang of bad guys who constantly wanted to destroy the world and the universe would successfully escape from prison. Such things were always repeated in this studio. It seemed like the super criminals and villains were some kind of extremely precious non-renewable resources in the eyes of the Justice League, so they had to be well protected. Of course, Sinestro is not the kind of person that can be easily persuaded. Any intelligent being with a power ring would always have a stubborn, paranoid side in their hearts. Luke shrugged his shoulders. The Kryptonian cousin didn't have any no-kill policy. He always adhered to the personal philosophy of never being soft on the enemy. This is the best way to solve the problem once and for all. Barry smiled passively. It wasn't that he didn't understand. It's just that, in the Justice League, killing people was generally done by Wonder Woman or Aquaman. Unless faced with an alien army, Superman and Batman wouldn't kill anyone. The Flash felt a bit uneasy when he heard that this Kryptonian cousin had killed Sinestro. Lex Luthor and Clark had a love-hate relationship for a very long time, and the former was still alive and well. Luke curled his lips as if he had guessed what Barry was thinking. He strongly recommended that Darkseid, from the planet Apocalypse, should set up an alien protection association to condemn the double standard of the Justice League. For psychopaths, criminals against humanity, executioners who slaughtered millions of lives. The Justice League chose imprisonment instead of the death penalty. But when it came to the ruler of Apocalypse, they would show no mercy and use all kinds of weapons of mass destruction. Maybe, only Earthlings deserve to live. Aren't alien life also life? I hope Darkseid protests against Superman and Batman as soon as possible. This is a double standard. What about Reverse Flash? Barry scratched his head and hesitantly asked. That guy ran away first. You can't expect me to catch up with a speedster. It's not a fair competition. Luke shook his head. The Reverse Flash saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to use Sinestro as the scapegoat, earning him a few dozen minutes. It was enough for him to run around the world in a full circle. Therefore, he was too lazy to chase him. He directly took the Flash to Central City and waited for the final step to be completed. Well, I still have something to do. Luke remembered that he hadn't bought Diana a bikini yet, so he had to hurry, or else when he got back to Themyscira, the dish would already be cold. Barry, you have to fix the cosmic treadmill. This space-time is getting more and more chaotic, even Sinestro is involved. There's no telling what will happen later. The Flash, who had been collecting his thoughts, nodded. He could no longer indulge in the warmth of family affection and ignore the impact of the Flashpoint on the main universe. A few days later, in Themyscira, the afterglow of the setting sun spread all over the beach. Diana was sitting on a rock. Not far away, snow-white waves smashed against the cliff, splashing crystal-like water droplets. The Amazon princess looked out at the blue sea, holding her chin with one hand, her thoughts flying to nowhere. The dim light gave the beautiful silhouette a pale glow, like a vivid statue. Are you leaving? Seeing Luke coming toward her, Diana asked softly, with no evident emotion in her tone. I have stayed long enough. Luke pursed his lips. He caught the fleeing Reverse Flash with the help of Barry's Speed Force earlier. After offering a sacrifice to heaven, the Flash was restored to his full strength, enough to break through the time barrier. The countdown to leaving the Flashpoint world had already started. What will happen to this space-time after you leave? The corners of Diana's mouth twitched. She looked out to sea with a complex look in her eyes. Anyone who learned that the world they live in was just a distorted space-time born by mistake would find it hard to accept. What's more, the lover they had an intimate relationship with had to leave because of it. This was Wonder Woman. If it were someone else, they would have gone insane. It would be repaired by the inertia of time and space, and then, ceased to exist. Luke said with uncertainty. He seemed to remember that after that, the Flash took Batman to the Flashpoint world once more. To investigate the comedian's button that fell in the Batcave. So, will I cease to exist? Diana turned her head and looked at Luke, who stood still. The latter smiled gently and replied, you won't be erased. We will meet again in another time and space. Is that so? Diana was in a daze. She hugged her knees and faintly said, will I recognize you then? Or will you remember me? Yes. Luke firmly nodded. He took the hand of the Amazon princess as they stood on the beach. In the distance was the sunset, sinking below the horizon and the endless ocean. The man and woman embraced each other like a touching scene. Let's take a picture. After a long while, Luke placed a camera on the rock, then held Diana and stood in front of the camera. The two looked at each other with a smile. Click. The shutter sounded. The scene was immortalized. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 467, Chapter 464 The Final Moment, Restarting the Universe. In Central City, the apartment. Legend has it that the magical treadmill could take speedsters through time and space or even through various parallel universes. It was actually no different from common gymnasium equipment. At least Luke didn't see anything special. Except for the running belt that was made of special anti-friction material, other parts were common. These days, Barry spent more energy on things like coordinate reading, space-time anchoring and so on. You can use this to go back to the main universe. Luke looked at it suspiciously while the Flash was warming up. He didn't want Barry to run ahead or too far back. In case of bad luck, he would fall directly into the metal event in the future and face Barbatos and the Batman Who Laughs. Or in the past, in the Kingdom Come event, meeting the Justice Society of America. That would be awful. Of course. Barry nodded affirmatively. This wasn't the first time he had used the cosmic treadmill. In terms of time travel, no one was more of an expert than him, except for the Reverse Flash. Believe me, Luke. You will see another Clark soon. He, the Kryptonian cousin, and Thomas Wayne were the only ones in the apartment. The other party had reminded them to forward the letter to Bruce properly. The scrawny Kal-El, on the other hand, was left to stay happily at the Flash's mother's house while he waited for dinner. The truth behind this distorted time and space was too cruel. After careful consideration, Luke and Barry chose to hide it. Let's get started. Luke touched his chest. There was a photo of him and Diana, hidden in his suit. This was the only trace of his visit to this world. As long as the Flash broke through the time barrier again and returned to the time and space of the main universe, everything here would go up in smoke and collapse. We will meet again. Luke's lips were raised. He and the proud Amazon princess had already made their final farewells. Barry nodded and looked out of the window with eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. Goodbye, Mom. Compared with Luke's deep parting with Diana, the Flash's inner feelings were even more complicated, and the choice he faced was even crueler. The Kryptonian cousin and Wonder Woman could still meet in the main universe, but Barry's mother would never come back. Her fate was firmly fixed at the moment of being murdered by the Reverse Flash. Do you need to go say goodbye again? Luke saw Barry's sad expression and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. Don't think too much when running. The more you hesitate, the slower you'll be. The Flash shook his head. This was the mistake he made, he needed to correct it. Thank you, Luke, but this is my responsibility. After making a decision to leave his excess feelings behind, Barry turned the cosmic treadmill on and started running. Twists and wisps of tiny lightning seemed to connect to an illusory space, forming a substantial force field that covered the whole apartment. Luke felt the strong surge of the speed force, like a surging wave, constantly releasing energy. Soon, the rapidly expanding speed force field wrapped him up, taking the two figures in the apartment with it out of the wrong time and space that shouldn't exist in the first place. Boom. Ah. This is. I see 3 timelines, why? Barry broke through the barrier of time and opened a wormhole. However, there were 3 different timelines in his eyes. Like a fork in the road. This is the reality that once existed. Luke didn't fall into doubt. The 3 timelines were the distorted flashpoint that would collapse, the former main timeline, and the new 52 parallel universe in the future. Barry, don't hesitate and follow your heart. As long as you focus on yourself, you will return to the right timeline. The firm and powerful voice clearly reached the ears of the Flash. In his heart, he had to continue to accelerate, frantically marching along the parallel channel of the past and future, history and reality. Glittering and flashing, all kinds of memory fragments went by. In the next moment, Barry saw himself. The one who opened the wormhole, ready to change the established facts and save his mother. The one who caused all these mistakes and countless tragedies. I know how you feel, but you have to stop, you have to stop. The energy of the Speed Force burst out, supporting the Flash to accelerate once again and break through the limit. He grabbed the other self and threw him to the ground. Flashpoint was rewritten. Boom. The invisible sound echoed endlessly as if the long river of time and space had collapsed and disintegrated, triggering an endless chain reaction. Earth, multiverse, superhero, Justice League. The trajectory of fate was constantly changing as if being moved by a pair of invisible hands. Barry. The energy tide of the Speed Force slammed into Luke. He was separated from the flying Flash and entered a completely different time stream. Barry, what's the matter with you? The Flash, whose consciousness fell into darkness, suddenly woke up and saw the face of his adoptive father, Joe. Are you too tired lately? If you can't handle it, go home early and get some rest. The familiar voice sounded in Barry's ear, and everything seemed so far away, so trance-like, like a dream. Please, we have spent 18 hours on this case. Being too anxious isn't a good thing. Joe comforted him. Barry looked down at the information at hand. The words "the Rogues" and "Captain Cold" were vaguely visible on it. Joe, do you know Superman? He hesitantly asked. Of course, Metropolis's Superman. Who wouldn't? He also made the front page of the Daily Planet last month for saving people from a plane crash. Joe looked at Barry with a strange look on his face, not understanding why the other party was asking that. Nowadays, all kinds of superheroes and supercriminals emerge one after another. The world is changing too fast, the police are going to be useless. Hearing Joe's ramblings, Barry clenched his fists in excitement. He succeeded. This was the correct time and space of the main universe. But where's Luke? Barry, who had calmed down, frowned as if he remembered something. He touched his jacket pocket, where there was a letter that had crossed time and space. The gift that Dr. Wayne gave him was still there, but where was the Kryptonian cousin? Is this the decade you stole? Luke didn't make it to the main universe, or to be more precise, someone stopped him. A naked man with blue skin. You know, a lot. The naked man sat in midair, his eyes indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Behind him, there was a large clock-like palace, where the mechanical gears clicked and rotated with absolute mathematical harmony and perfection. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The naked man with blue skin calmly looked at Luke. No one could see his inner thoughts. Luke Cavill, Superman's older cousin. Are you satisfied with this answer, Dr. Manhattan? Luke tried to restrain every slightest mental fluctuation to prevent his opponent from sensing his mind and reading his thoughts. You're not Kryptonian. The man named Dr. Manhattan shook his head and said so. You are a person who came to this universe from other places, just like me. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 468, Chapter 465. Dr. Manhattan, formerly known as Jonathan Osterman, was born into a watchmaker family. After his mother was killed by German bullets during World War II, his father brought the young Jonathan to New York to make a living. It was the beginning of all this. At that time, Jonathan was obsessed with precisely rotating hands and rattling gears. Holding a clock was like holding time. Difficult to understand abstract concepts became clear. If nothing else happened, Jonathan would, like his father, inherit his family business and become an excellent watchmaker. However, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Japan, which not only ended the war but also changed Jonathan's father's mind. He realized that atomic science was the power needed by the world and that watchmakers couldn't change anything. As a result, Jonathan became a physicist. Fast forward to when he was 30 years old, he was bored with research and fell in love for the first time. Under the introduction of colleagues, Jonathan met a beautiful girl named Jenny. The two quickly established a relationship and developed into lovers. The trajectory of fate turned as precise as clockwork. It would come, not a second earlier, not a second later. A month later, on an ordinary day as usual. Jonathan happened to leave his watch in the room of the intrinsic field generator. Because of the miscalculation of the time, the door automatically closed and locked him inside. 24 seconds passed. A human being died. A god was born. This was the story of the origin of Dr. Manhattan. He was a quantum being and an existence too strong to understand. In the comic Doomsday Clock, the Justice League gathered almost all of Earth's superheroes and went to Mars to stop Dr. Manhattan's plan, only to be easily defeated by him. What are you thinking? Dr. Manhattan's distant and indifferent voice interrupted Luke's thoughts. The latter looked around at the surrounding environment, reddish-brown desert, thin and cold atmosphere, in which carbon dioxide was the main component. If I'm not wrong, this should be Mars. I'm thinking about how to avoid being killed by you, Doctor. Luke's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised by the present situation. The follow-up to Flashpoint, the arrival of the New 52 universe, and the big events that may happen in the future. Various scripts were enough to prepare Luke for any kind of accident calmly. For example, right now. I'm not an executioner. Dr. Manhattan denied Luke's statement, meaning he had no intention of killing the outsider. But you don't mind acting as a cleaner and erasing some unnecessary roles, do you, Doctor? Luke's lips turned up as he said so ironically. However, for such an obvious provocation, Dr. Manhattan was indifferent, not angry. His thinking was more akin to that of a cold, rational, data-driven supercomputer. Human emotions were gradually dying out, especially after leaving the Watchmen universe for a new place. The purpose of all of Dr. Manhattan's actions was to observe. For example, the variables of the universe, the branches of time and space, were the highest priority. However, it didn't mean that he was a talkative and good-tempered person. Any troublemaker who interfered with their observation would be mercilessly erased by Dr. Manhattan. For example, Reverse Flash, who discovered the timeline change, the new god Metron, the guy sitting in the Mobius chair, the Anti-Monitor. They were all erased by Dr. Manhattan at the moment when they were closest to the truth. Therefore, to communicate with this quantum being, he had to keep a proper distance. You're trying to provoke me. Dr. Manhattan seemed to have penetrated Luke's thoughts. No, just curious about the inner feelings of a god. Luke shook his head, his eyes kept flashing, and he softly asked, Doctor, what are you going to do with me now? To tell you the truth, wouldn't it be a more interesting change for me to see the new multiverse that is coming? As far as I know, you don't hate change. You just don't like being disturbed. Dr. Manhattan fell into a short silence as if he was thinking. His eyes couldn't see Luke's past and future too clearly. There seemed to be a layer of fog hanging over the surface, blurring everything. That was a higher dimensional power, a power that came from outside the source wall. In the face of an outsider who was hard to see through, Dr. Manhattan hesitated. What should he do? Erase. Exile. Accept. It was like a multiple-choice question, with many options presented to Dr. Manhattan. However, in less than a second, he completed a huge and complex calculation and deduction. The probability that you will cause great damage to the multiverse is 35%. Dr. Manhattan's face was expressionless, and the conclusion was coldly stated. The possibility of following the rules of the universe and allowing the multiverse to develop according to its original trajectory is less than 20%. This proves that you are an adventurous person who doesn't like to be told what to do and is extremely self-confident. Considering all the above factors, I think you are a very unstable factor. Luke raised an eyebrow. It sounded like Dr. Manhattan wasn't going to let him stay in this studio. So? Luke asked, pretending to be calm. If Dr. Manhattan intended to kill him, then he could only call for the existence outside the source wall to pull himself back. Personal safety was still guaranteed when working for the 5 creator gods of the Marvel Universe or a higher level of existence. Luke didn't like taking risks, let alone dying. No matter how powerful Dr. Manhattan was, he would still be greatly restricted in front of the godlike concepts under the omnipotent universe. Otherwise, he would have used one thought to erase the goddess of creation, Perpetua, who appeared after the source wall was broken. Then, wipe out the wild, unprincipled Batman who laughs. Instead of being moved by Superman's words, he chose to disintegrate himself. I can think of a good place for you, outsider. Dr. Manhattan said. Luke's eyes raised a bit of vigilance. His attention reached the highest level. This naked man, with no clothes and a tendency to expose himself, was not trying to put himself in a cage, was he? He didn't forget that Dr. Manhattan stole 10 years from the New 52 universe. The other party was fully capable of isolating it, forming a huge cage in time and space. Similar to the Ancient One's use of the Time Stone, he could intercept a time stream, then cycle it back and forth, fast-forwarding and rewinding as he pleased. Trapping himself in a separate world was something that Dr. Manhattan would do. I have the right to refuse, Doctor. Luke smiled as the energy of the 10th metal's origin bonded with Superman's body. He didn't believe that Dr. Manhattan could erase himself in an instant. I mean no harm, Mr. Cavill. This was the first time that Dr. Manhattan called Luke's name. His tone was still indifferent. It's a gift, or you can think of it as a Halloween prank candy. Dr. Manhattan opened his palm, and a yellow round button appeared. 2 black dots, a simple arc, forming a smiley face. It was no different from the usual fast food restaurant giveaways. The only thing that seemed special was probably the splattered blood drops. Gift. Luke reached out and took the smiley face button floating in the air. If he was right, this should be the logo of the comedian. A key figure in the Watchmen universe. One might even say that the story began with him. Yes, this gift is a ticket to a vacation. Dr. Manhattan's tone changed a bit, and a blue lightning-like force field instantly enveloped Luke. And at the moment, Superman's body subconsciously tensed up and burst out with a powerful force. The 10th metal's cosmic origin power resisted Dr. Manhattan's attack. But Luke didn't feel like his life was being threatened. The blue lightning-like massive force field only wrapped the space around him. Boom! There was a flash of light, leaving Dr. Manhattan alone on Mars. When I upgrade to a multiverse concept, I definitely have to repay this blue man well. This was the idea that flashed through Luke's mind before he disappeared. He was transported out of the emerging New 52 universe to another strange place. Adrian, what will you do? After a long while, Dr. Manhattan closed his eyes and continued to sit on Mars. Behind him, the precise and perfect huge building moved as steadily as a clock. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 469, Chapter 466. In the chilly open street, a burst of cold wind blew, bringing up the discarded garbage and scraps of paper on the ground. They fluttered in the wind, twirled a few times, tumbled feebly into the gutter, or were trampled under the feet of pedestrians who hurried by. A piercing blue light flashed, and Luke appeared in a dark alley. He looked up into the night sky and saw through the clouds to the empty darkness. The feeling of crossing the universe wasn't that great, like going through a dark tunnel. By the time he saw the light, he had already left the original world and arrived at his destination. It looks like I have to write down Dr. Manhattan's name first. Luke thought silently as the corner of his mouth pulled out a slight curve. Frankly speaking, he had rarely encountered any solid obstacles on his way forward. Dr. Manhattan was a lesson and a goal. Maybe the other party was a god, a deity and an invincible great being in the Watchmen universe. However, leaving the pond of a single universe, approaching the ocean of the multiverse, everything would change. Using a single universe to hold me back. Well, it's a simple idea. Luke's eyes flashed. Several thoughts flashed through his head. Start a world war, open the nuclear explosion wasteland, let this time and space collapse. Or upgrade the cards multiple times and try to punch through the universe with one punch. In case of failure, call the off-site forces. Anyway, the Watchmen universe was merged into the New 52, while the Flashpoint universe was restarted, and drag the Marvel universe into it. Wait, that wouldn't be the real purpose of those multiverse-level concepts, would it? Luke had some doubts. The 5 creator gods vaguely revealed some information. They called it the great game that defines a new era. Considering that the two studios did have a linkage, not only the Justice League and the Avengers, but also Darkseid and Thanos, the Spectre and Living Tribunal. Of course, their ultimate victory or defeat didn't depend on their own strength but on their popularity. So, the epic battle that cut through the two multiverses. In the end, it's up to Batman and Captain America, two highly popular characters, to clean up the mess. After a moment of scattered thoughts, Luke shook his head and chuckled. No matter how big the game and bets were between the concepts of creation, for now, it had nothing to do with him. Give me everything you got. Better not let me do it myself. A thug in a leather jacket held a dagger to Luke's back and threatened viciously. He had been watching him for a long while. The man was well dressed, standing in the alley and staring at nothing, the perfect prey. In the eyes of this street thug, he may be a drunk rich guy. It was an opportunity for him to make a fortune. Mugging. Luke was a little surprised, then turned to laugh. Not to mention that he was Superman, even when he was in Brooklyn, no thug was brave enough to try. After all, it was death. I admire your courage, man. Luke's mouth turned up. This street punk did the one thing that Hydra, Kang the Conqueror, Odin, and Thanos all failed to do. Using a knife to stop Superman and mug him. Cut the crap. Be smart. Don't try anything dangerous, or you'll die a horrible death. The street thug didn't know what a huge thing he had done, and if the thugs in the next studio knew, they would all give him a thumbs up. Sorry, I don't have the habit of carrying a wallet with me. Luke slowly turned around and kindly said, but I can write an IOU that Mephisto in hell, Odin of Asgard, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamatage, would gladly pay off a generous sum for. The street thug was dumbfounded to hear that such a robbery could be offset by an IOU. But, who were those strange names? You are kidding me. The street thug didn't have a good temper. After saying that, his knife rushed out. Clank. The tip of the knife struck Luke's chest. It made a collision sound of metal against metal. Like hitting an iron plate, the knife bent and instantly warped. The recoil force made the street thug's arm tingle and throb with pain. It seems that the quality of your weapon isn't good enough. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He didn't have time to waste on a guy at the bottom of the social ladder. Previously, he was facing the most powerful being in the world. The next second, he was being mugged. And the other party didn't even have a gun, just a knife. It was simply too degrading. Luke curled his lips and looked at the guy who didn't know whether he was unlucky or lucky. The dull brain of the street thug finally reacted. The drunk in front of him wasn't afraid of knives. He was probably a costumed adventurer. So, he decisively started to run without looking back. Swish! In the dark alley, a red glow flashed. The figure who fled in haste was hit. The high temperature that evaporated flesh and blood destroyed everything, including his skeleton. The scorched black dust was scattered and blown away by the cold wind. Automatically ignoring this little hiccup, Luke slowly took off into the air. Standing in the clouds, overlooking the earth. He maximized his senses, first bringing the whole of New York under his control, then the East, the West, and the entire North American continent. The incalculable and complicated information poured into his mind, but it didn't disturb Luke's thinking. This is BBC. This is CNN. Welcome to UBS News. This is a tragic day in American history. A beam of radio waves like an envelope with wings transmitted the latest changes in the world, then fell into Luke's ears. Less than 2 weeks after the breakup of the EU, Russia is already building up its forces in Belarus while threatening to invade Poland. World heads of state say they won't stand idly by if bloodshed breaks out. The global manhunt for the self-proclaimed smartest man in the world continues. It has been reported that the White House has personally issued a warrant for the arrest and trial of Adrian Veidt and will clear up the outrageous allegations of government complicity in planning the New York massacre. Some experts believe that the arrest is necessary to quell the political unrest that has erupted across the country and around the world. I'm William F. Buckley, Jr., speaking to you on behalf of the President of the United States of America. I'm sorry to report that Russia has invaded Poland. The evils of this world have forced out hand. If the Russian military doesn't pull out within the next 4 hours, the President will have no choice but to launch a national military campaign. Luke raised the corners of his mouth, showing a little smile. It seemed that Ozymandias' big lie had been exposed, and the contents of Rorschach's journal leaked, and the whole world came to the brink of destruction once again. However, this time there was no Dr. Manhattan, and the situation became dangerous. The World War was imminent. As a former famous costumed adventurer, Adrian Veidt became a successful businessman and philanthropist after taking off his mask in 1975. He took the position of CEO in the joint venture he founded and led the world financial market to a whole new level. Adrian Veidt is also an extremely dangerous man, who is accused of murdering 3 million people, and tens of thousands more need to be hospitalized for treatment due to permanent mental trauma. This man also killed Edward Morgan Blake, also known as the comedian. The costumed adventurer organization, vigilante members disappeared one after another, or had died. Hollis Mason, a former member of the organization, the first-generation Night Owl, was killed by a mob in his home. The second Night Owl, Daniel Dreiberg, and his wife, the second Silk Spectre, Laurel Jusbeck-Ike, are unaccounted for. Rorschach's journal was published in the New York Gazette, and the world is in turmoil. Luke withdrew his senses and seemed to be lost in thought. He wasn't interested in world politics, and even if a major war was fought, it had nothing to do with him. Ozymandias is still at large. Luke caught the point. The self-proclaimed smartest man in the world didn't sit on the throne for long after he devised an amazing plot to keep Dr. Manhattan out of the universe. The disclosure of Rorschach's journal destroyed the utopia he had built, and the doomsday clock moved again. Then the question was, where is Ozymandias? Luke slightly frowned and then stretched out. Perhaps someone knows. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 470, Chapter 467, Day of Destruction, Rorschach's Mask. Rorschach's Diary. T/note, https://watchmen.fandom.com/wiki/Rorschach%27s_journal. The 22nd of November, or 23rd, 1992. Streets were littered with bodies, brains boiled over by grotesque nightmares of fictional invader. Clock started over. We had a chance. But they blew it. All of them. The undeplorables scream to hear themselves, deafened in their echo chamber, blaming the other side for what they have instead of who they are. Their tolerance is a one-way street. While the totalitarians stand their ground, covering their eyes, preaching for a return to a rose-colored republic. Unaware that for those not like them, the good old days weren't so good. It depends on your perspective. God turned his back and left paradise to us. Like handing a 5-year-old a straight razor. We slit open the world's belly. Secrets came spilling out. An intestine full of truth and shit strangled us. Soon the bugs will be all that's left. And the cockroaches will go to war with the maggots, fighting over the scraps of the moderates. Then they'll eat themselves and finally choke. Unless we can get God back. Kicking and screaming. Because maybe we don't deserve it. Maybe the world should burn this time. We shattered the American dream. This is the American nightmare. The man closed the journal and picked up a mask covered in ink. Its original owner had died in the South Pole, leaving no corpse. The authorities have issued a mandatory evacuation order all over the country, and we urge everyone to gather their family members to evacuate our designated red zone. If the emergency number that appears at the bottom of the screen is busy, please contact the local police at. Emergency notices about the evacuation of the city's residents were playing on the TV. The man didn't look at it but put on the mask, with the constantly changing ink pattern. The world was getting worse, not knowing if it was since Dr. Manhattan left or since Rorschach's journal was leaked. Anyway, it was like a patient with terminal cancer whose body was deteriorating every day. Tap 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 tap. With his hands in the pockets of his brown coat, the man strode out of the room. He went down the stairs and left the shabby apartment. The outside world was in chaos. Various kinds of looting and burning, various kinds of riots were started. Nuclear war was coming, the end was coming. Everyone was going crazy. The man walked through a large number of revelers with a straight face, ignoring the violence that happened. He had other things to do. The world was getting worse, and there were always heroes that would come forward. Now that he had worn this mask, he had to choose what to save. For example, the world. The man walked quickly and eventually stopped at the door of the police station. The police were busy evacuating, and the shrill ringing of phones was even more dramatic than that of a Wall Street brokerage firm. They were faced with a very serious problem. That was, what to do with the prisoners held in the cells. There wasn't enough time left for the citizens to evacuate, so how could they manage those vicious criminals? A policeman was carrying a bunch of keys. It was impossible for the police department to transfer so many people into prison vans right now. In order not to be charged with murder afterwards, the chief decided to release them. Anyway, who knew if the Eastern Camp would bomb this city? Give me the keys. A bald man reached out his hand through the bars and firmly grabbed the police officer's collar. The criminals in the cell were all shouting, banging on the bars, making a sharp noise. They knew what was going on outside, and no one wanted to be trapped here. They would either starve to death or die of thirst or be blown into a corpse by the nuclear bomb. Boom! The bald man slammed his fist into the officer's cheek, knocking out a few teeth. He wanted to grab the other party's keys and open the cell door. After knocking down the officer with a heavy punch, the keys flew out and landed far away. Shit! The bald guy cursed bitterly. He was trying to figure out how to pick up the set of keys when someone else had already done so. The man in the ink mask was holding the keys and looking at the bald guy in the cell. "You want to come out?" he asked in a husky voice. The bald man took 2 steps back and waved his hand vigorously. From the costume this guy was wearing, it was obvious that he was a veteran costumed hero. Instead of getting out and getting beaten, he wasn't going to ask for trouble. He would rather stay here and think of other ways to escape from jail. The man seemed satisfied with this answer, placed the set of keys in his pocket, and continued on his way. The reason he came to the police station jail was to rescue a man and a woman. They were called Mime and Marionette. Of course, it was just a code name. The costumed adventurers didn't reveal their real names, and neither did the masked villains. Although the guy didn't know why Ozymandias needed them. But, this was one of the tasks to be accomplished to save the world. So, the man did it anyway. There are still 3 hours and 34 minutes. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. This time represented the time limit for the launch of the nuclear bomb. Without Dr. Manhattan's to restrain it, the world would inevitably slide into the abyss. It didn't take long for the man to find the targets. With the leverage given by Ozymandias, he succeeded in getting the 2 criminals, who lacked integrity and compassion, to follow him out of the cell. In a car already prepared, the group of people entered the sewers and stopped in front of a flood control door that said danger. Gently knocking twice, the iron gate opened, and the man entered first. The rescued Marionette and Mime followed. They saw a secret base covered with dust, a jumble of parts, equipment and instruments. "I say, is the rumor true?" The blonde woman, named Marionette, asked nervously. "Rorschach committed suicide. Is that true?" This was one of the widely circulated rumors after the publication of Rorschach's journal. Because the journal that shattered Ozymandias's utopia didn't end with what happened to Rorschach himself. Veit is the mastermind. Why? What does he want? I can't imagine a more dangerous opponent. He once joked that he was so fast that he could catch a bullet. He could kill us both, there in the snow. Nobody would ever know. That's where we're going now, the South Pole. Whether I live or die in the future, I hope the world survives long enough for this to reach you. For my own part, regret nothing. Have lived life, free from compromise, and step into the shadow now without complaint. This was Rorschach's last entry. Some speculate that he was killed by Ozymandias, while others say he had a nervous breakdown and chose to commit suicide. All in all, opinions vary. No. The man briefly replied. Although he was wearing Rorschach's ink mask, it wasn't himself. So, your partner is Night Owl? Marionette asked again. She saw the Night Owl's ship covered by a dust-proof cloth. No, his partner is me. A voice came from the corner, and a tall man in a dress-like outfit came out. He was like an ancient emperor, wearing luxurious robes and gold accessories, revealing an extraordinary aura. Holding a strange-looking, red-furred lynx in both hands, he kept stroking it like a domesticated cat. Ozymandias. Marionette recognized this legendary figure who was always in the news or in the newspaper. The other party used to be one of the most famous costumed adventurers and later became a financial tycoon, charity tycoon and national think tank. Now, he was a cold-blooded executioner who had gone mad and slaughtered 3 million people, a notorious evil against humanity, who was wanted all over the world. Ozymandias, Adrian Veit. Yes, it's me. The man nodded gracefully. He appeared here so that Rorschach too, who wore the ink mask, could specifically rescue Marionette and Mime to save the world once again. Dr. Manhattan left the planet and then left the universe. Adrian once thought that the Blue Man was the biggest threat in the world. Now he had changed his mind. Human beings need a god. So that they wouldn't repeat the destruction and start a war. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 15 comments. Vote. Chapter 471, Chapter 468 Looking for God, Who's the Visitor? I tried to persuade Night Owl to join, but he's retired and just wants to live a peaceful life with Silk Spectre. Ozymandias, with his red lynx, stood under a chandelier. The light reflected the flying dust, casting it on the top of his head. This is a ridiculous and short-sighted idea. The world is about to be destroyed, but he still holds a frivolous fantasy of remaining on his own. Fortunately, Rorschach found me, and he was willing to work for me. Adrian's tone showed contempt for the couple, Night Owl and Silk Spectre. They were too weak to accept the cruel truth. Without Dr. Manhattan, the universe would inevitably collapse. Endless greed for resources was one of the original sins of mankind. Ozymandias once thought that all he had to do was pour sewage on Dr. Manhattan and exile the god. Then, by creating new energy sources, every country could get rid of resource shortage and the crisis before mankind could be solved. But he was wrong. Intelligent life was too complex. Suspicion and hostility towards the same kind would also lead to war. Once Rorschach's journal was disclosed, the world was in turmoil. But it was only a fuse, which was ignited by human ignorance and greed. Adrian recuperated his thoughts and looked up at Marionette and Mime. This was a couple of dangerous criminals with no sense of morality and conscience. But it didn't matter because Ozymandias didn't have those things either. He could wipe out 3 million people in New York with one trick, just to welcome a short-lived false peace. It's to work with you, not for you. The man in the Rorschach mask corrected. He didn't want to make himself look like one of Ozymandias's men. This was an insult to the Rorschach mask he was wearing. So, where are you hiding our son? Marionette didn't seem to be interested in listening to Rorschach 2, chatting with Ozymandias. She quickly stepped forward while Mime, standing behind her, picked up a screwdriver and threw it over. Marionette firmly caught it, leaned in front of Ozymandias and savagely said, "Tell us now, or you'll die a horrible death. By the way, how many rewards are on your head? 10 million, or 20 million. She and Mime had a son, but before the baby was born, they were sent to prison by Dr. Manhattan for robbing a bank. At that time, Dr. Manhattan joined the costumed adventurers organization Minutemen. He was teammates with Rorschach, Night Owl, Silk Spectre, Ozymandias and others. Later, with the changes in the international situation, Dr. Manhattan became a deterrent instead of nuclear weapons, staying in a military base all year round. Marionette and Mime's son was the bargaining chip that Rorschach took away from their cell. Otherwise, according to the couple's eccentric temper, they would never obediently obey. Marionette pointed a screwdriver at Ozymandias' neck as if wondering where to start. Mime stood behind Rorschach 2 and made a gesture of holding a gun with his fingers. These two used to be acrobats. One was good at cutting anything with thin steel wires, and the other could conjure up various weapons with hand gestures. For example, Mime looked like he was holding a gun. If he pulled the trigger, Rorschach 2's brains would splatter out. The two of them, in the costumed heroes without superpowers Watchmen universe, were a relatively special existence. "Oh, I think you should ask for more, Ms. Manson." Adrian smiled calmly and slowly said, "I'd be happy to pay for you to join. 100 million or 200 million. No problem. It would also include the location of your son. But don't threaten me, it's very unwise." Ozymandias gently pushed away the screwdriver aimed at his throat. He looked for these two for other purposes. Marionette and Mime, like Rorschach 2, were extremely important pieces. Let's get down to business. After all, we don't have much time left. Adrian put the red links down and patted his palm as if the curtain had been opened and he was ready for his spotlight. "What do you want us to do? What does Rorschach mean by finding God?" Marionette asked. Her husband, Mime, as the name implies, was mute and unable to speak. "Rorschach is right, this is indeed an attempt to find God." Ozymandias tugged at the corners of his mouth and smiled softly. "I assume you already know what I did in the past." "The whole world knows what you've done," Marionette said sarcastically. Rorschach's journal clearly recorded how Ozymandias planned the disaster, created alien monsters and slaughtered 3 million people in New York. This was a horrific and heinous crime. Oh, it took me my whole life to conceive and plan it. In order to put an end to the war and end the crisis, all the sacrifices are meaningful. But unfortunately, I failed. Adrian was somewhat lost. He should have replaced Dr. Manhattan as the great king of the New World, after the only god on this planet left. However, before utopia was established, the peaceful world built by lies was instantly crushed by the dead Rorschach. When the truth was revealed, it was like a bombshell crashing into the calm lake, causing an uproar. After Rorschach's journal was leaked, I sat in the castle in the South Pole in despair, waiting for the government to arrest me. Although I have many ways, I can avoid jail time, escape global pursuit and find a quiet place for the rest of my life. But I didn't, because a great king can fail, but he can't leave his crown and return to mediocrity. Marionette curled her lips and thought Ozymandias might be out of his mind. If she had as much money as he did, she would have been living happily. Instead of trying to work against Dr. Manhattan and trying to dominate the world. Besides, I won't live long. Adrian smiled bitterly and then added that he had a tumor in his head and was dying soon. I'm very ill, but the only person I trusted enough to perform the surgery was myself. Fate played a terrible joke on me. Marionette saw a complex look of sadness, ridicule and self-deprecation on the face of the man who boasted of being the smartest man in the world. She somewhat understood why Rorschach too was working with Ozymandias. Perhaps it was cancer that changed the latter and woke him up from his dream of being a king. I get it. You want to get Dr. Manhattan to come back? Marionette blinked and curiously asked. The military says he left Earth and went to Mars, but some speculate that he's still somewhere in the world, observing the changes in the world. Ozymandias smiled. He remembered Dr. Manhattan's last words to himself in the Antarctic fortress. I want to leave this universe and go to a less complicated place. Adrian's memory flickered as he looked to the others and decisively said, that's exactly our mission, to find Dr. Manhattan, wherever he is. And do you have any reward for a dedicated citizen who provided the information, Mr. Adrian Veidt? A slightly unusual voice suddenly sounded inside the base. Ozymandias responded immediately, grabbed Marionette's screwdriver, and then threw it out. He only sent out 3 invitations for the upcoming task. Rorschach 2, Marionette and Mime. Therefore, any stranger that appeared was a dangerous presence. With a strong force, the screwdriver brought out the sound of a whistle, enough to pierce through flesh and blood. But what happened next was beyond Adrian's expectations. The screwdriver, stained with oil and dust, seemed to have lost its momentum and was floating in midair. Only a few centimeters from the target's head. That's a novel way to greet someone. The target whispered with a smile. He didn't do anything, and the screwdriver floating in the air suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. Dr. Manhattan. The man in the Rorschach mask exclaimed. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 472, Chapter 469 All-Powerful and All-Knowing. Decomposition of matter. Rorschach too clearly remembered that he once saw Dr. Manhattan on TV, turning a tank into dust. At that time, the military heavily promoted the human being that became a god by accident. Saying phrases such as, God exists, and he is American. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. There was no soft blue glow, no baldness, and the person was wearing clothes. This was totally inconsistent with the external image of Dr. Manhattan. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Luke shook his head. I'm not an exhibitionist who likes to expose himself. After collecting enough information, he began to look for Ozymandias. When Rorschach 2 entered the police station's jail, rescued Marionette and Mime, and then went to the secret base in the sewers. Luke saw all of it and followed them all the way here. After Dr. Manhattan left the Watchmen universe, the only person in the world who deserved to see him in person was probably Adrian Veidt. If Luke was asked to choose a suitable helper to deal with the Blue Man, who was still naked, on Mars, Ozymandias was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. He knew Dr. Manhattan too well and even found something to exploit from a god that had no weaknesses at all. Increasingly disappearing humanity, increasingly indifferent feelings. Adrian was the first to notice this, in addition to the comedian. Dr. Manhattan once witnessed the comedian shoot a pregnant woman. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. President Nixon asked him to take part in the war. He could have refused, but he didn't. Because Dr. Manhattan could foresee the future, time had no influence on him. His mind could appear in the past and the future at the same time as if he was walking freely in an empty room. Therefore, in Dr. Manhattan's view, everything that happened was a predetermined trajectory. He just observed but didn't take the initiative to intervene. Ozymandias took advantage of this and completed his plan. Even if Dr. Manhattan knew everything, in the end, his absolutely calm, rational mind told him that Adrian was right. Therefore, he chose to kill Rorschach, which might lead to the outbreak of war and an increase in the number of variables. But he spared Ozymandias, who massacred people and took the blame for it. Because in Dr. Manhattan's mind, the anger, hatred and spitefulness of human beings had no effect on himself. He only thought that Earth was too complicated and wanted to leave, which was exactly what Adrian had expected. Who are you? Ozymandias looked a little gloomy. Luke demonstrated an unusual and frightening ability. Like Rorschach 2, it reminded him of Dr. Manhattan. You're the smartest person in the world, can't you guess? Luke smiled. He used spatial transmission to suddenly appear and then decompose the attacking screwdriver. By showing the ability first, Ozymandias was shocked. In this world, except for Dr. Manhattan, there was no real sense of superpowered people. The earliest costumed heroes were composed of a group of policemen with a strong sense of justice. They found that the law alone couldn't give those criminals the punishment they deserved, and the other side could still get away with it by hiring lawyers or other means. So, after work, the policemen would wear masks and strange clothes to punish the villains themselves. With the publication and exposure in newspapers, these costumed heroes aroused people's interest. People liked to talk about their actions and costumes, and the police department and the government gave them awards and encouragement. In that era, when law and order were chaotic and weak, the appearance of costumed heroes was something that everyone was happy to see. Later, these people formed a group called Minutemen, whose members included Captain Metropolis, the First Night Owl, the Comedian, the First Silk Spectre, the Silhouette, Dollar Bill and so on. However, their later fate wasn't so good. Some were sent to nursing homes because of alcoholism, some were shot by homophobic conservative groups, some became government agents and did dirty work, some retired and opened an auto repair shop. Of course, the unluckiest one was Dollar Bill, whose cape was caught in a revolving door, shot by a robber, in a bank robbery. He once asked the costumed heroes, in a heated discussion, about whether uniforms should have capes or not and whether capes would affect fighting or not. Later, after the Minutemen disbanded, a new generation of figures appeared one after another, including Dr. Manhattan, Rorschach, Ozymandias, the second-generation Night Owl and the second generation of Silk Spectre. This was the evolutionary history of costumed heroes of the Watchmen universe. Except for the Blue Man, they were essentially a gang of vigilantes without superpowers. The opponents they were facing were only gang leaders, vicious gangsters and murderers. Unlike the superheroes in the next studio, who could fly and do anything. I'm not a prophet. How could I guess? Adrian kept smiling on the surface, but his brain was turning at high speed, making all kinds of guesses. Smart people always think too much. The more they didn't get an answer, the more they would think about it. Well, who I am and where I came from, are not really important questions. Luke spread out his hand and showed a friendly gesture. The criminal couple, Marionette and Mime, stepped back. They felt a dangerous aura similar to Dr. Manhattan's from this man's body. Anyway, this was an existence that shouldn't be provoked. What's important is that I can help you and provide information about Dr. Manhattan. Luke spoke with a smile. This made Ozymandias's pupil narrow. He got some useful information from it. Have you seen John? Adrian tentatively asked. Yes. Luke answered truthfully. Where is he? Ozymandias then asked. Mars. Mars in another universe. Luke said casually, in a kind tone, frankly, I have a personal vendetta against Dr. Manhattan. He gave me a one-way ticket for a vacation, a gift I need to return. The corners of Adrian's mouth twitched. This man sounds like an enemy. Being an opponent of Dr. Manhattan, and still alive, was a demonstration of strength. At least as far as Ozymandias could see, those guys who tried to attack and resist when fighting Dr. Manhattan ended up with only one fate. That was, flesh and blood suddenly bursting into pools of sticky ketchup. Adrian was prepared for that before scheming against the other party. But Dr. Manhattan accepted his point of view, and instead of killing him, he chose to let him live. So, what are you going to do? Ozymandias was very good at reining in his thoughts and emotional turmoil. He understood the way to deal with such strong people. One word, honesty. The reason why he could secretly set a step-by-step plan without alerting Dr. Manhattan. It's because, in normal conversation, or questions, he never lied. Dr. Manhattan could always notice the abnormal heartbeat from Ozymandias, subtle changes in his expression, or reading his thoughts, although the other party had never done that. But Adrian had to take it into account. Every time he faced Dr. Manhattan, he used his honesty, eloquence and even hypnotized himself so that the other party wouldn't notice. I want to leave this universe. Luke looked at Ozymandias, the self-proclaimed smartest man in the world. His heart was steady, his breathing was gentle, and he had a careful expression on his face, but it was just a disguise. In the other party's head, he must be planning something else. Leave the universe. Adrian hesitated. Yes. Isn't this modified Night Owl airship the tool you prepared to track down Dr. Manhattan? Swish. Luke raised his hand and pulled off the dust cloth, creating a choking cloud of dust that caused everyone else to cover their faces and cough. Did I say something wrong? Ozymandias shook his head. He was indeed well prepared to find the god of the Watchmen universe. But, how did this guy know? For a while, Adrian's thoughts were confused, and he was overthinking. But before we leave, we still have some time to talk. Luke, who took the lead, gently snapped his fingers. Marionette and Mime, inside the base, as well as Rorschach too, were instantly teleported out. In the messy space, only he and Ozymandias were left. Talk about what? Adrian held his breath and forced himself to calm down. Let's start with your non-existent cancer. Luke tossed the first chip on the table. You know about that. Ozymandias's expression finally changed. He once again felt like he was facing Dr. Manhattan. All-powerful and all-knowing. There are no secrets at all. Could the departure of one god lead to the appearance of another god? Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 473, Chapter 470 Mr. White, I have a plan. There's a malignant tumor growing on the frontal lobe. That's a lie you pulled on that young man in the Rorschach mask, isn't it? The chandelier above Luke's head was constantly shaking due to the air currents caused by the space transmission, illuminating his face half bright and half dark. Because of the unequal power and information between the two sides, Luke firmly grasped the rhythm of the conversation and made Ozymandias fall into a passive position. Indeed, I lied to Reggie. He's a poor child and only sees what he wants to see. Adrian had no psychological burden or guilt. I created the New York massacre, which killed his parents and sent him to a nursing home for mental disorders, hallucinations and delusions. I am the person he should hate the most. Luke picked his eyebrows. He knew the true identity of Rorschach too. Reggie Long, the son of a psychologist. His father once gave Rorschach an ink blot test. This was a famous projective personality test, which used abstract images to reflect the subject's subconscious. The doctors hoped to cure this criminal who had severe violent tendencies by probing into the heart of the other party. But he failed, not only failed to break Rorschach's psychological defenses but was crushed by the other party's beautiful illusions. He shouldn't wear that mask. There may be only one Rorschach in the world, and it's not realistic to want to be the second one. Luke flatly said so. He knew about Rorschach's past. His real name was Walter Kovacs, the son of a prostitute who suffered all kinds of bullying and insults since childhood. Kovacs didn't start out as an unswerving thug for justice. His story began with a kidnapping case when he just became a costumed hero, nicknamed Rorschach. As it happened, a 6-year-old girl named Blair Roche went missing, and Rorschach was responsible for tracking her whereabouts. He had always been the most radical and violent one in the vigilante group. He never showed mercy to criminals, and even Night Owl, who formed a team with him, could hardly stand it. But at the time, Rorschach was still young. The most he could do was break a few bones and send those guys to jail. That dark night, he broke into the kidnapper's house after finding some clues. But he didn't find the girl, only a pile of burnt clothes and bloodstains on a bench. There were 2 big dogs in the yard, and they were fighting over a child's leg bone. Rorschach could clearly see that there was a red shoe hanging from it. He guessed what had happened and killed the 2 dogs in anger. Then he threw the bodies in the culprit's house and waited for him to return. Half an hour later, Rorschach used the butcher knife on the bench to cut the bastard's head into several pieces. According to the rules of the costumed heroes, he wasn't allowed to do that. The guy should have been arrested and sent to jail to wait for trial. This was the proper process. But Rorschach didn't do that. The tragedy before him made him understand the world and the dark side of human nature. Ordinary men deserve punishment, but beasts deserve to die. Since then, Walter Kovacs had died, leaving Rorschach, who would never compromise or show mercy. Rorschach, it'll be hard to find someone like him in the future. Ozymandias was a little saddened. He appreciated people who could stand their own ground. In the new generation of vigilante groups, Adrian paid more attention to the comedian and Rorschach. Night Owl and Silk Spectre were too weak. People like them couldn't change anything, only drifting with the tide. Reggie is a fragile person. What he wants to see most is that I feel remorse for my mistakes. Adrian started to get used to Luke's all-knowing presence, and the conversation was gradually entering an unusually harmonious atmosphere. So, after he found me, I told him I had cancer and showed despair, despondency and regret in front of him. This is far better than being shot by the villain in the story, which is far more painful. Revenge is very much about psychological feedback. If the enemy is easily eliminated, there will be no pleasure. A successful businessman who was once high up in the world, a famous costumed hero, is now being accused by thousands of people, cursed by countless others, and is very sick and dying, living in regret and pain all the time. This is the script that Reggie wants to see. Since he craves such strong emotions, I will satisfy him. Luke clapped his hands with a smile on his face. He had to give it to him. Ozymandias's acting skills are really superb, and he deserved an Oscar. Not bad for a man who deceived a god. People should know it's not just Rorschach to Reggie, Marionette and Mime. Even the government that issued the wanted notice all thought Adrian Veidt was really going to die. If his supervision couldn't see through Ozymandias's skull, maybe Luke would be fooled by him. Reggie is one of your chess pieces. What about Marionette and Mime? Luke bent down and touched the red links. He felt a familiar energy. It was Dr. Manhattan's aura. This pet was very strange. They once appeared in John's past, and they can remind him who he really is. Ozymandias was sitting at the console an hour and a half before the two countries launched their nuclear bombs. He needed to start the Night Owl airship, leave this place and look for Dr. Manhattan. Then why don't you bring Silk Spectre too, Laurie? Luke continued to touch the red lynx named Bubastis, a hybrid creature created by Ozymandias using genetics. The other party's original intention was to create an alien race that fitted his plan, but instead, a special pet was created. No matter when or where, seeing an ex-girlfriend is not something to be happy about. Adrian shrugged his shoulders. Although Dr. Manhattan didn't necessarily care about human feelings, such as cheating, betrayal, cuckolding and so on. Anyone or anything that might cause variables should be avoided. A man driven by his inner moral compulsion to forgive the murderer who caused the death of his parents, and is willing to help him fix his mistakes at the end of his life. A couple of criminals who can remind Dr. Manhattan of the past. Good match. So, here comes the question. Luke's mouth curled up at the corners. He looked at Ozymandias and asked, how are you going to find him? Every living thing has a unique signature field, a quantum fingerprint made up of the four fundamental forces of nature. Adrian seemed confident. John's signature field has disappeared twice. The first time, it was the accident that created Dr. Manhattan, and the other time, was caused by me. Luke nodded. Ozymandias had previously tried to replicate the experimental accident that occurred by killing Dr. Manhattan with the present field generator. but it turned out that the latter had learned to reorganize his body long ago and didn't suffer any harm. After that failure, I made a more in-depth study of John and later found that the surface of his blue body was actually the result of electrons escaping from his body, leaving a traceable trail of those electrons. Adrian spoke eloquently and laid out his plans. I modified the Night Owl airship to be strong enough to withstand quantum tunneling and follow the trails John left to find him. Luke couldn't help but praise, smiled and said, "Beautiful plan." According to the original plot, Ozymandias successfully found Dr. Manhattan but failed to persuade him to return to the Watchmen universe. He continued to play God. So, Mr. Adrian Veidt, I also have a plan. Do you want to hear it? You mean, you can stop this war that would destroy humanity? Ozymandias suspiciously stared at Luke, who was smiling and humming. Half of this question was actually a test to get some more information. Half of it was his real reaction, not believing the other party could do it. To prevent a nuclear war between two great powers, relying on one man's efforts. Luke couldn't do it unless he had Dr. Manhattan's infinite strength. Although the other party had shown similar abilities, such as material decomposition and space transmission, it was far from enough. Adrian was one of the most knowledgeable people in the world about Dr. Manhattan, hands down. He was commissioned by the Pentagon to replicate the energy composition of the Blue Man scientifically. Although it didn't quite work out, he could probably understand how powerful Dr. Manhattan was. That's a despairing, unbeatable power. Do you know, Mr. Anonymous, John once told me that he could walk on the surface of the sun, travel in space and transform a planet. Ozymandias's words contained a hint of ridicule, deliberately making an expression of contempt, to see if it could arouse the emotions of this unknown person. But he was disappointed, and the other party was indifferent, without the slightest bit of annoyance. Maybe you won't believe it, Mr. Veidt. I happened to have the experience of going deep into the sun's core. It's no big deal. Luke shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. Not long ago, he and the sentry let loose and fought with all their might. They both fell into the core of the sun. It could also be counted as spending some time inside a sun, not much worse than Dr. Manhattan. Mr. Veidt, we still have 1 hour and 20 minutes. Luke continued to exert pressure and added. If you accept the conditions and are willing to cooperate, I can get rid of the upcoming nuclear war within 40 minutes. Ozymandias rarely hesitated. He couldn't tell whether what Luke said was true or not. You only need this Night Owl airship. Adrian was very confused. If the other party was trying to leave this universe, then with his strength, he didn't need to talk to him about it. Plus, the traces left by Dr. Manhattan, they are coordinates. Luke added. According to the original story, Ozymandias traveled to the main universe and met Lex Luthor. It was dubbed the meeting of the two smartest people in the world. Then, Batman fell into a trap, and Gotham's Dark Knight was severely beaten. But all that was meaningless. Dr. Manhattan was interested in the change of the main universe and the existence of Superman. The Blue Man was making an unprecedented observation and didn't pay any attention to Ozymandias's persuasion. I need to go back and settle something with Dr. Manhattan. Luke made it clear. The reason why he didn't take it by force. Because smart people like Ozymandias would know how to choose. Besides, why do you have to wield your fists when you can make deals? As the Sorcerer Supreme, bargaining is a basic skill. It's not too late to flip the table if talking about it didn't work out. Moreover, Luke needed Adrian Veidt, who was the best chess piece against Dr. Manhattan. Then I want to know, Mr. Anonymous, how are you going to stop the war? Russia has a total of 3,530 nuclear bombs. Even if only 1/3 of them are launched, they will be enough to scorch the North American continent. Ozymandias expressed his doubts, and he hoped that Luke could give a reasonable answer. Not including the Pentagon's planned nuclear strike, I guess the US will launch at least 1,000 nuclear bombs into Russia. This is a confrontation between the East and the West, and there's nothing mere mortals can do about it. If the situation weren't so bad, Adrian wouldn't have had the crazy idea of bringing back Dr. Manhattan. The smartest person in the world, facing the final moments of the doomsday clock, deeply felt his powerlessness. First of all, I will intercept all the nuclear bombs launched by Russia and the United States within 10 minutes. Luke used a light tone to talk about a task that would be impossible for a normal person to accomplish. Then fly to the Kremlin, or the White House, and spend 15 minutes convincing the presidents of both countries. Honestly, I am a pacifist. I have persuaded many schemers and ambitious people who want to rule the world and initiate wars. So, the presidents would definitely be convinced and cast aside their prejudice. Everything will be resolved with satisfaction. Are you satisfied with this answer, Mr. White? Even a deep and talented person such as Ozymandias couldn't help but feel shocked by Luke's perfect plan. His mouth slightly opened as he asked in disbelief, "Is it that simple?" "It's as simple as that." Luke curled his lips as if it was just a small problem that he could easily solve. Intercept the nuclear bomb, and talk to the president of the country, for 40 minutes. Adrian was a bit dumbfounded, unable to think straight. If these words hadn't come from Luke's mouth, he would have dismissed them as the ramblings of a madman. Believe me, Mr. White, I am very experienced in playing the role of the third pole of the tripod that balances out the world. Ozymandias didn't know how to respond to Luke's assurances. This man was either an irrational madman or a god who came down to earth. It looks like you still can't believe it. Your imagination is limited by your poor knowledge. Luke looked up to see the time. The round clock hanging inside the secret base was ticking. The second hand jumped from second to second, and time passed slowly. As a gesture of good faith, I don't mind paying a little up front. Snap. Luke snapped his fingers, and space around him trembled as he left the secret base in the sewers. Ozymandias sat, frozen in place, his hands slightly trembling. Instead of being frightened by Luke's special ability of instantaneous movement and spatial transmission, there was an uncontrollable excitement inside. Maybe, there's more than one god for mankind. Adrian kept his eyes fixed on the round clock hanging on the wall, and his body remained motionless as if he was expecting something. 10 minutes later, Luke returned to the secret base. Done. The young man looked like he had gone to a fancy restaurant and had a big meal. Ozymandias, who was sitting across from him, twitched his nose and caught a faint whiff of tobacco smoke. You intercepted all the nuclear bombs of the United States and Russia. How did you do that? Adrian stood up and quickly turned on the monitor array with external TVs and radios. All kinds of information poured into his ears. As Luke said, the bombs disappeared before they even left the country. Even the explosion, the glare, the aftermath, didn't appear. It's just an appetizer. The corners of Luke's lips hooked up as if he had just done a trivial, insignificant thing. Now, let's get back to the negotiations. Binge. Read next 40 chapters on Patreon. Also, get advance access to new fanfic, Guardian of Infinite Earths. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 474, Chapter 471 Game of Time and Space, Upstream and Downstream. A huge crisis that could destroy the world ended like that. At the moment when the clock approached 0, it seemed to be held down by a big hand, and it just stopped turning. The nuclear bombs that were ready for launch disappeared and didn't detonate, which caused the US and Russian authorities to fall into panic. Like a sudden paranormal event, it was particularly odd. Where are our nuclear bombs? It's all launched. Why are they gone? The intelligence departments of various countries slowed down the video images captured by satellites, looking for clues frame by frame, and finally found a vague figure. Could it be Dr. Manhattan? When the two presidents got the news, they couldn't help but make the same connection. The god who left Earth and disappeared for a long time. Was he back? Heads of state, blinded by war, interests and greed, looked as if a pot of cold water were poured on their heads and instantly calmed down. Humanity has stopped. They are standing on the edge of the cliff and wouldn't take the last step for the time being. Luke returned to the secret base. All the launched nuclear bombs were placed in his underworld for the time being. He got nearly a third of the US and Russia's nuclear stockpiles for nothing. It was a great harvest. If there was an opportunity in the future, he could use them to clean everything up. Throwing out thousands of nuclear warheads all at once should be very effective. You really did it. Ozymandias couldn't believe it, but he had to accept this fact because of the information transmitted from the screens. Stopping a nuclear war is no big deal. Luke looked calm as if he had just done something trivial. If he intended to show off his achievements, he once helped the Avengers defeat Thanos, changed the future with a snap of his fingers, suppressed Mephisto, won first place in the Sorcerer Supreme battle, and saved the 9 realms by killing the serpent. Compared with what he had done before, a world war between the East Camp and the West Camp was nothing. This isn't permanent, Mr. White. Luke smiled and whispered, for complex creatures like human beings, don't try to eliminate their bad habits. That's something even God can't do. He sent down the flood to purge the unjust, but in the end, greed, ambition, selfish desires, are still growing unchecked in this land. Adrian's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. He was a combination of Lex Luthor and Batman, with excessive narcissism and arrogance, and matching brains and executive power. In addition to the deep-rooted savior complex, it was impossible for anyone to shake his inner beliefs. Back to the topic, the Night Owl airship, and the data for tracking Dr. Manhattan's coordinates. I'll take those. Luke spread his hands to show that it was time for him to ask for compensation. Dr. Manhattan underestimated Ozymandias's wisdom and actions, thinking that everything would be fine if he exiled himself from the Watchmen universe. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Anonymous, you didn't come here voluntarily, did you? Ozymandias didn't move. As a wise man, he was keenly aware of some useful information through previous conversations. That's right. Luke freely admitted that. He was fooled by Dr. Manhattan, which wasn't a humiliating thing. Even though Metron, one of the new gods, was sitting in the Mobius chair made by the Anti-Monitor, he was still obliterated by the Blue Man. If it weren't for Superman's body and the 10th metal in it, possessing a trace of the power of the origin of the universe. Perhaps, Dr. Manhattan would take a more brutal and direct solution to the biggest variable. Then, even if you go back to John's universe, you might be able to fight him. Adrian pointed out the key point. That is, how Superman should defeat Dr. Manhattan at this stage. Unless he got the top card of Cosmic Armor Superman or Golden Superman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a threat to the Blue Man. I have my own plan. Luke's lips turned up. He could understand the meaning of Ozymandias's words. Clever people were always relentless. When he learned that there was a wider space beyond the Watchmen universe, the world was bigger than he thought. Adrian naturally wanted to see it too. Unfortunately, he couldn't satisfy the other's idea for the time being. If you participate in this game, you may be disappointed. Luke looked at the huge array of monitors behind Ozymandias. In the news, every country revealed a turbulent and chaotic situation. Although the war has been temporarily stopped, a growing fire of violence was burning and destroying everything. The world needed a leader to show them the right path. First of all, I have no intention of confronting Dr. Manhattan outright. Luke held out a finger and spoke with a smile. The Blue Man was observing the fully restarted New 52. No matter whether he appeared in any parallel universe or any timeline, he would instantly be noticed by him. Dr. Manhattan was based in the upper reaches of time and space and could easily delete his existence by rewriting the timeline if he wished. Even if Luke had a way to escape, he would always be in a passive position. It was unwise to carry his own shortcomings and compete with his opponent's strengths. So, Luke's plan was to determine the coordinates of the main universe by tracking Dr. Manhattan's traces and land in the rebooted space-time before the flashpoint occurred. Because of his appearance, a new branch would be generated in the original fixed timeline. It's like two forks on the same road, which all point to the same destination in the end. Luke, with a relaxed smile, calmly said, I'm at the downstream of time and space, and he's standing in the upstream. After a long journey, sooner or later, we will meet. Frankly speaking, I'm looking forward to Dr. Manhattan's expression when he finds out that everything he has observed has become an illusory bubble. Ozymandias's heart fluttered, and he withdrew his intention to continue the negotiation. Intuition told him that pushing his luck might end badly. This anonymous gentleman, like Dr. Manhattan, didn't tolerate his various actions out of reason and calm reflection. However, Mr. White, would you like to consider joining me? Luke turned around and threw the second chip on the table. He opened his palm, and a shining power ring of will appeared. That bright green light illuminated the interior of the secret base like a beautiful emerald. The world will need a second go, but I'm not interested in playing such a role. At this time, Luke, like a compelling devil, sounded persuasive. Who else could be more suitable than you? A natural villain who can sacrifice a small part and save a large part without any psychological burden. A cold king who has no compassion and no weakness in his heart. This ring can turn you from a mortal to a god. It doesn't cost you much, Mr. White. Adrian's eyes were firmly locked on the power ring of will. Like a top-class gem, he couldn't move his eyes away. Luke smiled. Even the smartest person in the world, I'm afraid, couldn't resist the strong temptation brought by more power. Like Lex Luthor, doing all kinds of research on Superman, trying to steal the other party's power. One couldn't have both wisdom and strength. The wiser one was, the more they wanted to be strong. Placing his hand down, the power ring that originally belonged to Sinestro floated gently in the air. Then, the dazzling light burst out, illuminating Ozymandias's handsome face. Intelligent life form is determined. Adrian Veidt from this universe. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 475, Chapter 472 Kansas, a brand new starting point. Half a month had passed since the nuclear war that almost dragged the human world to the abyss. The nuclear warheads that went missing became the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world, and no one knew where they went. When the East and West camps declared a truce, a guy who claimed to be the Emerald Knight appeared in the Kremlin and the White House one after another and had a conversation with the presidents of the two countries for several hours. According to the information provided by the Intelligence Department, this person's whole body was covered with emerald energy armor, and conventional weapons had no effect on him, revealing an extremely strong combat force. The Secret Service team responsible for security work, in front of the Emerald Knight, instantly fell in front of him, unable to fight back. "Mr. President, I'm here to bargain." Ozymandias, who wore Sinistro's power ring, started with a script he got from Luke. Although he didn't know why the other party emphasized this sentence. Is there a profound meaning in it? As Luke said, the triangle was the most stable structure. When a third camp emerged in the world, neither American nor Russian. At this time, some contradictions would shift, some conflicts would shrink, and a delicate balance would emerge. Why did the Minutemen disband? When talking to the president, Adrian remembered Luke's question. The Minutemen was a costumed hero organization, which was once sought after by the public and the best helpers of the police and the government. Later, with the increasing number of vigilantes, the police station slipped into a weak position, and the New York City Council even rejected the police's request for a salary increase, thinking it was unnecessary. The media also felt that since there were costumed heroes, there was no need for police to maintain law and order. They would only come after the problem was solved and process the scene, which wasn't as efficient as the stylish vigilantes who fought the criminals. As a result, the backlog of discontent turned into anger toward unequal treatment. Many policemen joined forces and held a strike, which led to a social shutdown and even greater riots. People took to the streets, holding signs with slogans like "Who will restrain the costumed heroes and get out vigilantes?" Later, Nixon's successful re-election prompted Congress to pass the Keene Act. Costumed heroes either worked for the government or chose to retire. There were only two choices. The Minutemen were then disbanded, and the crimebusters who took over failed to perform their role. The reason for this situation was that all the costumed heroes in this world were normal human beings except for Dr. Manhattan. They could only be supervised and couldn't resist. Even Rorschach, who had never compromised, could only go underground. Luke raised this question to remind Ozymandias. This was different from the past, and he was already an Emerald Knight. He could ignore the government and act as a vigilante. Without enough strength, he would be constrained. The world government on the studio next door, even if it formed a .r.g.u.s, couldn't give orders to the Justice League. Although the Marvel Universe introduced the Superhuman Registration Act, and civil war broke out in the Avengers, the government's control had never really been realized. In the final analysis, there were still many superheroes, and they had the power to resist. I'm the Emerald Knight. Ozymandias, who left the White House, flew into the sky and saw Luke standing in the clouds. The dark cloak fluttered like a flag. The latter, with a smile, whispered, "Times should change, Veidt." Even if Dr. Manhattan doesn't come back, you can be the god of this world. He succeeded in bewitching Ozymandias and persuading the other party to sign the devil's contract. In exchange for a power ring, he was given ownership of his soul. Like playing a card game, Luke loved to collect all kinds of high-quality villains. Compared to superheroes, they were more capable of doing things. Ozymandias was just the first S card he got, and there are better ones to come. When will you leave? Adrian's eyes looked complicated as he spoke in a deep voice. He was a conceited man who liked to dominate everything. But in front of Luke, Ozymandias, who often compared himself with Alexander the Great, had lost his confidence. So anxious for me to leave? Yes, there should only be one God, so only they would be worshipped by the people. Luke's mouth curled up in a joking manner. He didn't think it was a losing deal to give Adrian Veidt the power ring. As the person who knew Dr. Manhattan best, Ozymandias could always play his part. Sooner or later, you will get tired of it. At that time, I won't mind opening the door to the wider universe. Luke predicted. Ozymandias had given him the modified Night Owl airship and the coordinate data for tracking Dr. Manhattan. Among them, including the one that created the red links through genetic modification technology. It had a residue of Dr. Manhattan's essence and other uses. Goodbye, Veidt. Luke waved. He didn't intend to stay in the Watchmen universe for long. This was a devastated and nearly broken world. Leave it to Ozymandias to set things right. By the way, remember to leave Marionette and Mime behind. Just as they are useful to you, they are useful to me. Luke said so before he left. Adrian, who was covered with emerald green energy armor, had a flashing gaze. He looked down at the earth and then at the shining ring in his right hand. Ozymandias, Adrian Veidt had died of cancer. There's only Emerald Knight now. A few days later, without telling anyone, Luke took the Night Owl spacecraft alone and went through quantum tunneling. The entire cockpit emitted a buzzing sound as if it would disintegrate at any moment. He had modified the route on the automatic navigation. It was no longer Dr. Manhattan's timeline but the earlier time and space before the flashpoint. The dazzling light engulfed everything, and Luke couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The Night Owl airship he was riding seemed to be caught in a whirlpool and kept turning and rolling. If it were an ordinary person, the violent tumble would have caused them to see their lunches again. Bang! The rather old-looking Night Owl airship seemed to have hit a hard wall. It pushed forward and pushed through the thick obstacle. There was friction and sparks on the outer shell, like a meteorite rapidly falling. Meow. The red lynx, lying on Luke's leg, like a cat with all its fur standing, shook its tail anxiously. It's okay, we're almost there. Luke stroked the soft fur with the palm of his hand, like a cat, allowing the red lynx to calm down. Like a crashed plane, the Night Owl airship raised a conspicuous flash of fire and quickly passed through the atmosphere. Boom! Luke kept decelerating, but the inertia of the fall still caused the Night Owl airship to slam to the ground and make a loud noise. When Adrian rebuilt the airship, didn't he consider adding an emergency landing function? Luke coughed and held the red lynx. Forcibly opening the distorted hatch, he came out, safe and sound. The crackling sparks flashed, and smoke billowed. Luke looked at the not-so-successful Night Owl airship, which had made a big crater. The surrounding soil was charred as if it had been burned by fire. Someone's coming. Luke's ears moved. He heard footsteps in the distance. He scanned around and saw large fields of corn and wheat nearby. It looks like a farm. It wasn't a pleasant trip. Luke opened the underworld and stowed the night owl, which was on the verge of being scrapped, into it, then shot up into the sky and disappeared. He overlooked the earth, amplifying his senses. A few seconds later, he finally identified the location. This is Kansas.